close to freezing. So travel cautiously with elevation late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Even here, we could see some snow showers, but no accumulation. Then some sun tomorrow afternoon, highs in the low 40s. From the Weather Channel, I'm Ray Stajic.
Summit Dental is accepting new patients. At Summit, they submit insurance on your behalf and provide you with estimates, so you have everything you need to make an informed treatment decision. They also work with Care Credit, and they're happy to help you apply. Care Credit helps you pay for out-of-pocket healthcare expenses. See why Summit Dental has so many 5-star reviews on Google. Book today at AshevilleSummitDental.com. In-house savings programs are also available. Book online at AshevilleSummitDental.com.
Just because they finish earlier now doesn't mean you won't be satisfied. Beer City's best sports talk, brought to you by Ingles Markets. Low prices, love the savings. The Sportsocracy, now noon to 3 on ESPN Asheville.
Don't miss Golf Shop Radio this Saturday from 8 to 10. Presented by PlayGolfMyrtleBeach.com, the golf capital of the world. Mark Greenhouse and Matt Blanchard go from tee to green and everything in between. Welcome to the Golf Shop.
Get ready to play. Soccer's the fastest growing sport in the USA today.
The Asheville Buncombe Youth Soccer Association spring registration is going on now. Soccer is safe, fun, affordable, and a great way for kids to exercise and make friends. Registration ends soon.
Soccer is what we play. Go to abysa.org and register today.
Did you know that Ingles sells more organics than any other store? Or that they run their own dairy? Or that they only serve USDA choice and prime meat? Did you know that they have more local craft beer than any place else? Or that they have Energy Smart stores? Or that they professionally slice and package imported cheese from Europe? Did you know about their giant international aisle, local farm partnerships, curbside pickup, wine department? Or that they donate 3,956 meals a day to local food banks? Well, now you do. It's all in the bag. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
Crooked teeth may embarrass kids whose families can't afford braces, and trying to fix their teeth themselves can make things worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. For children and teens who qualify and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, treatment can be life-changing and help them smile with confidence. Learn more at aaoinfo.org.
Asheville Smiles Cosmetic and Family Dentistry is hosting a Fall in Love with Your Smile Invisalign scan event on Wednesday, February 14th. You're going to get a free simulated 3D scan to show how your teeth could look after an Invisalign treatment. This event is going to be so fun with giveaways that include discounts, local gift cards, and one lucky person can even win half off treatment. Attendees are going to get the best price on Invisalign in North Carolina. Visit AshevilleSmiles.com today to reserve your spot at the Fall in Love with Your Smile event.
This is Cam Jordan, All-Pro defensive end with the New Orleans Saints. I'm known for my work on the field, but I also do work on the mic as host of the Off the Edge with Cam Jordan podcast. Whether it's great football combos with all pros like the Eagles' Darius Slay, the Steelers' Cam Hayward, or the Raiders' Max Crosby, or it's fire music takes. The Off the Edge with Cam Jordan podcast is your ultimate playbook for all things football and not football. Get new episodes every Wednesday through the playoffs and Super Bowl 58. Listen on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the Ingles Studios, this is ESPN Asheville, WPEK, W225CJ Fairview, WMXF Waynesville, and iHeart Radio Station.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, green. That's green. Enter it now.
Log on now to ESPNAVL.com. And good luck from your friends at ESPN Asheville.
The pounding begins. The wagons are circled. Every wind is raidered. It's football time in America, and this republic has never been stronger. The Sportsocracy, Beer City's best sports talk, live from the Ingles studio.
And welcome into the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, and 1400. The Sportsocracy, heard everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. You can take us with you everywhere you go. You can see us live on YouTube. Go to thesportsocracy.com, click the live video link, subscribe to the channel, join us in the chat. We apologize that the graphics are not up to the usual snuff on the YouTube channel, but Flostradamus, Jeremy Greene, he's in Mobile, Alabama.
He's
only
a busy
so many
man.
things we can do remotely, and there's only so many things I can do technologically. I'm good. I got you on the screen, guys. We got our faces on the screen. We got sound going out. We got chats going on in the YouTube comments. It's the best I can do.
Hey, we're doing the best we can here.
We're up and running, and away we go. Day number 2 with Flostradamus down in Mobile. He was on the way yesterday. He is down there. He's already sent me a screenshot or a picture of the practice field. Everything's getting going for the Reese's Senior Bowl. We'll have all of the update and the scene setter from the practices of the Senior Bowl coming up for you in the 1 o'clock hour. Top of the 1 o'clock hour, we will get in touch with Flostradamus, Jeremy Greene. He'll be joining us in studio. Brian Haynes, Football Farley, joining
What's happening,
me
everybody?
once again. Glad to have you in on the program. Glad to see that yesterday didn't scare you off.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I have fun talking with you, Tank. It's good times. Good times always.
Indeed. We got a lot of NFL news that we'll be getting into throughout the program today. Chargers making another move in their front office. The Falcons have coaches. The Steelers ownership is losing their patience. I almost called you Jeremy.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't do that already yesterday. But Brian and I, we're going to have some fun in the third hour of the program at 2 o'clock today. The daily draft is going to be WWE themed. It's going to be a lot of fun. You are a watcher.
You bring in the champion of the wrestling world to talk about wrestling. When it comes to that kind of stuff.
So we're going to kind of go down that path a little bit. Maybe we'll get your thoughts on the Royal Rumble and such
absolutely.
coming up later on in the program. But you remember War Games? Used to love War Games. 5-man teams locked inside a cage, and we fight until the bell. Until somebody gives up, or I don't know, the giant breaks Hogan's neck, or however it is ended in the past. We'll do the daily draft. 5-man teams, and you get 1 interference. So it ends up being the 6 that we usually get. War Games, fantasy style.
Our team.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun in the 2 o'clock hour.
Absolutely.
Also, it is a Power Rankings Tuesday. And you go, oh, my God, here we go, another Power Ranking. Well, this is going to be a little bit different. We're going to split it up throughout the program. And we've split the league into 3 categories, essentially. You've got the highs, the lows, and the mids. And we're focusing on fan excitement. This is how Brian and I feel that your fan base should be, whether you are on the high end of, oh, my God, we're really excited for the future, or the really low lows.
We kind of looked at a bunch of different things when it came into this. We were thinking from the fans' perspective on what's going into next year. Where is your excitement level for that team? Also, where we feel, basically, are you going to be the same, a little bit different, a little bit more high on your team, or are you just going to feel like you want to throw up everywhere just thinking about what's going to happen next year? Is it the same old, same old? Are we ever going to get out of this?
So we will do the high, the low, and the mid at the end, at the bottom half of each hour of the program today on this Power Rankings Tuesday. So first, let's get into some of the news around the league. I mean, yes, we've Red Sea. I want both the teams to lose in the Super Bowl. This continues to just kind of chap my hide. Of you guys are raining on the parade here. We're supposed to be excited about the Super Bowl. It's the culmination of all things that we have been looking forward to, and your sadness and your depression is bringing me down. Because all I've seen is just people complaining about, oh my God, I don't want to see Taylor Swift, or I'm sick of seeing the Kansas City Chiefs, or I'm tired of San Francisco, and Brock Purdy's overrated, and why can't we just enjoy it?
Hey, guess what? The numbers came in from the AFC Championship game.
Yes.
55 million people watched the AFC Championship game with Taylor Swift and the Kansas City Chiefs. Guess what? That's the highest viewership for an AFC Championship game in the history. So guess what? Things aren't going to change. You're not going to not watch the Super Bowl because Kansas City and San Francisco are in it. Like, just stop it. Yeah, okay, I get it. Maybe this is the most exciting for you, but you're going to watch the Super Bowl anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just like, I'm not watching the NFL ever again.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
You gotta love
did
those.
Did you stop watching that?
I
No.
quit watching 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And stop commenting on all my Facebook feeds
Yeah,
because
like-
I'm sick and tired of seeing your opinion out there. Oh, it's not the way it used to be.
Guess what? You're going to watch. You're going to be there. You're going to complain. Even if you watch it just to complain because they showed Taylor Swift 10 times. Who cares? She's hot. I want to see her. I mean, good grief.
That's highly debatable, but a lot of people in America would agree with you.
Hey, and if more eyeballs are on our sport that we talk about on a daily basis, let's go.
As you said, record-breaking audience for the AFC Championship game. The NFC Championship game numbers came out today as well, and that set a record
as well.
The average was 56.7 million people. It peaked at 58.9 million.
That's crazy.
Which was between 9:15 and 9:30,
right?
Which was right at the end of the game where San Francisco's making the comeback.
Yeah.
Everyone, it doesn't matter if everybody was rushing to their televisions to see the Lions try to, stop the snowball,
right,
and come back and win that game. But it was 58.967 million people tuned in. It's an all-time high for an NFC Championship game. It's an all-time high for a playoff game. There have never been more eyeballs on the NFL than there are right now.
Right.
And I know you don't want to hear about her, and I don't want to really talk about her, but at some point you have to realize that this is bringing more people into the. Did you see the economic number?
I know.
$331 million is what they have attributed as the NFL revenue increase that you can tie to Taylor Swift.
And it's something for people to complain about, and that's what what's the beauty of America is that you can complain about whatever you want, but
I just get tired
everybody
of it.
wants to have something to complain about. I get it, but you know what? Who cares? They're still going to play the game. We're still going to watch the game, and we're still going to complain about the referees at the end of the game.
Yeah. Patrick Holt says we will all watch, but it doesn't mean we have to enjoy it.
No.
I guess that's fair. Divine Comedy says he wants Kansas City to win for the content. Imagine if Shanahan chokes 3 Super Bowls.
Yep.
San Francisco will have to discuss whether he can ever win one and whether getting a new coach makes sense. Be an incredible offseason for the Vibes. He ain't lying. Kyle Shanahan, you're at a crossroads here. Just like I feel Mike Tomlin's at a crossroads. Now, we've had the discussion, should they or shouldn't they? But if you saw and you heard the Pittsburgh Steelers ownership come out and talk yesterday and was saying it's time to win playoff games.
Yeah.
This 9-8 getting into the playoffs, 10-7, 11-6, whatever we've been over the last decade, getting into the playoffs and then losing is not winning anybody anything.
Listen, Tomlin's in the same position that McCarthy's in.
No doubt.
You need to win. I don't think Tomlin needs to win the Super Bowl to keep his job, but he's in the last year of his contract. They haven't given him an extension yet. I don't believe they're going to give him an extension. I believe they're going to let this year play out. If he fails to make the playoffs, he's gone. If he makes the playoffs, and Tomlin's one of those guys I feel like if he wins the game, he'll probably keep his job. But here's the thing. If Mike Tomlin gets fired, he'll get hired tomorrow.
No doubt.
I mean, I almost want him to leave Pittsburgh because I like Mike Tomlin a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's the kind of that bridge between the old school and the new school that might still work. The old school is obviously gone. I think that era of coaching in all sports, I mean, across the board, college and football and pro is gone. If you're that old school,
Right.
that's just not going to work these days. Then you got some of these new school younger guys that are more, hip and doing all these kind of things and that are younger than half the players on their team and blah, 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 blah. I think Tomlin's that middle ground. Do you agree with that? I mean,
yeah, because he can still relate.
Yes.
In certain ways, but he's getting to be the old hat.
I know.
Right? He's getting to be the old guard.
Yeah.
We've gone through this transition of, legendary coaches dropping off.
Like flies.
Exactly. And Tomlin's about to be in the elder statesman category of just old school football coach, kind of what did people used to tell me when I was a younger man?
Mm-hmm.
That I was older than my years. Could see things in a way that young kids did.
Is that right?
And I tried to regress as much as possible as I got older, so that I would kind of even myself out. I think I've been 40 years old since I was 10. And so now I'm going the other way. Now that I've hit 40, I'm going backwards.
Oh, so you're starting to get more hip, Tank.
Yeah.
Hip to
not hip, just stupider.
Hip
right?
to the kids these days.
Wisdom comes with age. I want to get dumber over the years.
There you go.
So I'm going the other way now. But Mike Tomlin is, if I were the Pittsburgh Steelers, I would do what you said.
Yeah.
Just let it go. Let this last year of the contract play out. Let's see where we're going at the end of the year. Do we feel like we're going up? We're going down? There's also a part of me that if I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers, I just want to shut this down now.
Yeah.
This is not what we do. We don't talk about this. We're not moving on. And I'll give him a 4-year contract extension. I can come out. I can come off of it at any stage. To me, the PR play here would be give him the extension, have all the new hired staff and all of that, give the confidence vote that he's the guy to get us down the road. You can back out at any time. But we all know in the building.
So you're saying that they would give him a contract extension but fire him at the end of the year?
No.
Okay.
No, you would no.
Okay.
They're going in all intents and purposes, all their front-facing properties.
Yeah.
Is Mike Tomlin is our guy.
Mm-hmm.
That was adamant yesterday. He is not going anywhere.
Right.
I think they'll give him a contract extension, but behind closed doors, there's still that little thread.
Yeah.
You don't have a whole lot to hang on to here. I'll give you the public extension. Not going to be great. It won't have like a massive buyout on it or anything, but we'll give you the vote of confidence for the next few years.
I would be.
You don't have to win. You don't have to go to an AFC championship game this year.
I feel like they're just should at this point. Let's ride this out. We got one more year on the contract. Show us what you're going to do, and then we make a decision in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
That's just. I think that's the way to go. If you're already having internal thoughts of we need to see more, well, how much have we already seen? I mean, God, he's been there for how long now?
Mm-hmm.
You still have Kenny Pickett at quarterback.
He was put on notice.
Yeah.
As well. The owner said he knows where he's at.
Well,
we've talked to him. He has to get better. He knows that, and we're moving on regardless.
We'll see how that works out.
Right.
Or if we see if Russell Wilson will be in the building next year as well. There's been a lot of chatter about Russell Wilson going to Pittsburgh.
Russell Wilson, Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield. You could see them maybe make a trade in the draft or something to get up and get a quarterback. They've got options. Kenny Pickett is the worst one of those options, though.
Are the Pittsburgh Steelers a veteran quarterback away from doing damage in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Yes.
With the right one. With the right one, you could be.
I don't see a Russell Wilson making that much of a difference.
No.
I don't see a Kirk Cousins making that much of a difference. I feel like
They had the worst quarterback in the league.
Kirk Cousins could make more of a difference, I think, than the other ones. But do I see them going to a championship game or Super Bowl? No. No.
They had if he wasn't the worst, he was one of the worst quarterbacks. I think he had a QBR of like 38 this year.
Here's the thing with these franchises and things like that, and it kind of shows you. And I said this a lot this year with all the injuries that we saw to quarterbacks. It showed a lot about your team and who you have and your depth and who's running the program when you can lose your quarterback and we can still win football games. I feel like with Cleveland just showed you, hey, you lose your quarterback. You started 4 quarterbacks. You still made the playoffs, and people thought, hey, possibly could make even a run. Pittsburgh Steelers made the playoffs with a Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph, and Kenny Pickett trio.
Yeah.
It shows a lot when you have that kind of stuff. Cincinnati's winning football games with Jake Browning. Then you have some of the other teams. You lose a quarterback, New York Football Jets, and you see what happens.
Quarterback's very important.
And I also feel that a lot of that is going to lead to a lot of reaching for quarterbacks in this draft. I think folks are going to see how many injuries that there were at the quarterback position, and I think we're going to see some quarterbacks drafted way higher than they probably should. And now I'm not talking first round. I'm talking that mid, that second day. I think you're going to see way more quarterbacks go than normally would, because people are going to be like, we need someone in this building, because chances are our quarterback's going to get hurt. Percentages are pretty close to that. I don't know if this is the depth of quarterbacks in this draft that's going to lead to that, but I still think it's going to happen.
I don't think so.
But I still think it's going to happen.
You're probably right. Your backup quarterback. This was the year of the backup quarterback in many instances. Teams having to flip and play backups, and we saw Josh Dobbs make waves with 2 different teams this year.
Yeah,
it
baby.
was gross at
Tommy
times.
Cutlets.
It was super gross at times.
Right. I mean, I can't believe the amount of backup quarterbacks that were winning games.
Oh yeah, it was insane. Hell, Joe Falco went to the playoffs.
Hey,
it was a weird year.
Yeah.
We went down this Mike Tomlin rabbit hole. We were going to talk about him anyway in the statements from the Pittsburgh ownership, but what led us down this path is, Divine Comedy saying, could Kyle Shanahan be on the hot seat if he loses another Super Bowl? I think that's an honest question, because at some point you realize that guy's not the guy. And if I'm at the top of the game, I have to find the guy. And we just saw the NBA do this with Milwaukee. We went Adrian Griffin. He's not the guy to get us a championship right now.
But you know what Doc Rivers is?
I'm not saying Doc Rivers was the guy. I'm just saying that took a lot of stones to go, that's not the guy. We got to make a change. Maybe that's...
You can't...
I get it's a different world.
It's a humongously, completely, and 100% different world.
But do the San Francisco 49ers look at Kyle Shanahan and go, he can't do it. He's not the guy. We need to move on. If you've been to 3 Super Bowls, I feel like you get credit for that. Right? Just because you can't win the game, I don't feel like that's done, over, job gone.
Let's be clear here. He's been a head coach for one of them. Okay? This is only going to be his second time there as a head coach. As a head coach. Okay? Everybody blames him for the Falcons' loss.
Well, no, that was Dan Campbell's fault.
Yes, of course it was. But you know what I mean? Like, we can't talk about a head coaching job when you were there and as a Super Bowl loser when you were a coordinator for that team. I can't. That's not fair.
That doesn't count.
I don't believe so when it comes to a head coaching job.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair to say, hey, you lost in Super Bowl as the offensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons, so I'm going to clean that into your head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, come on. We can't do it.
Okay. Losing 2 Super Bowls.
Does Bill Belichick have 7 Super Bowls because he won one with the Giants? No, he doesn't. He's got 6.
That's fair.
That's what we talk about.
If we're not going to count the Super Bowl wins as an assistant or as an offensive coordinator, then we shouldn't count the losses.
100%.
Okay. I can go down
He's going into his second one. That's the way we were to look at it.
Yes.
And if he loses, you're also going against Patrick Mahomes again,
which is rough.
It's tough.
And you know what? It sucks.
A lot of people had lost a lot of games. Tom Brady and Bill Belichick in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
When you go against the big dog, you better bring the A game. You know what I'm saying?
One dynasty after another.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to ask yourself: are you okay with being the continual runner up? That's where San Francisco will feel.
Yeah.
But hey, at least you got to feel better than Dallas fans, right? We're going to weave all that into the fan power ranking. Coming up later on in the hour, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about some more changes in L.A. with the Chargers.
Win $1,000 in inflation compensation.
I just won $1,000.
And kick your new year into high gear.
What? No way. Thank you. I try every day. That's great.
Happening now.
Woo!
Brought to you by PSG. PSG Traffic Services exists to save lives by providing safe work zones and to provide all your traffic needs. PSG is hiring team members. Excellent pay and benefits. Call 910-821-1720 or visit psgtrafficservices.com.
When you get your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt, prepare to shout, "Jackson Hew, yeah!" from the rooftops. In the event you don't get your biggest refund, you'll get your money back, plus $100.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics today. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or injury? Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence. Walk and run and play and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Phone 828-333-9517 in Asheville and in Greenville.
Febreze.
Fabric Talk. Hey, it's me, your couch. Today's my favorite day of the week. Febreze Fabric Spray Day. The occasional deep cleans are nice, but in between, you know I'm needing a refresh. Ooh, here she comes with the Febreze Fabric Spray. Oh yeah, spritz them armrests. Don't be shy. Nothing like a good spray down to get me smelling so fresh and clean. Don't forget my back. Nice. Febreze Fabric Spray. It's just that easy. Now we can both breathe happy. Febreze. La 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 la.
At Ingles, whether we're celebrating Friday night rivals, televising college basketball games, bringing the Fan Fest to semi-pro soccer, or taking you out to the ball game at your minor league park, it's all in the bag. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
Running a small business is no small task. At Home Trust Bank, we work hard to prepare businesses for whatever tomorrow may bring. Your dreams are our business, and we have local experts who can help you plan for a successful future. Dependable guidance you need, and service you'll appreciate. At Home Trust Bank, we take your small business banking personally. Visit your local Home Trust branch or anytime at htb.com. Member FDIC.
If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate in the mountains, you need to call the agents at Clarissa Sells WNC, brokered by eXp Realty. Check us out online at clarissasellswnc.com. And did I mention that Clarissa Sells WNC loves teachers? We love teachers so much, we're giving back 25% of our commission at closing. For more information, contact us today at 828-774-6343 or clarissasellswnc@gmail.com.
Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news? Who's gonna break the news?
All right, back in the sports auction. Hey, I'm glad that you're dancing along with me. I could never get him to dance.
I love it when you dance like that.
He's just he's Captain No Fun.
He's a curmudgeon, dude.
I know. I feel like my camera, I keep kind of sliding over to the middle of the desk here.
I know.
It's bothering me. Anyway, yeah, welcome back into the program. We got breaking news in the NFL, according to Soaring Eagle with the super chat here. So let me hit the button. Yeah. He says Tom Pelissero reporting that the Steelers are expected to hire Arthur Smith as their new offensive coordinator. So Arthur Smith was not waiting around for Mike Vrabel to get a job anywhere, as Flostradamus was trying to lead us to believe.
I was thinking that was going to be a package deal, but I mean, there's one job left, and it's
the Seattle job.
And I don't.
He's not. They say, I guess, he's been talked to by Washington, but Everything tells me that's Ben Johnson.
Yeah, and then the Seattle job, I just don't know what's happening out there.
It's Mike McDonald.
And that's what's
Divine Comedy, who's our he's our Seahawk whisperer. He's already said that's going to happen at some point today. He's going to be brought in. They're going to make the decision, and that's the way it's going to go. And I trust that.
That would be a good way to go. Mike McDonald's going to be a good coach.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the defensive coach is the way that I would go out there in Seattle, but hey,
Arthur Smith, how does that ring to you in Pittsburgh?
Arthur Smith is a very good offensive coordinator. He especially is really good with a team that can run the football and can play action pass. That's his wheelhouse.
Yep. And that may be the path for Kenny.
Does the Steelers have a good running game? Pretty darn good. Warren and Harris over the last half of the season were pretty darn good.
Not bad.
With a team that can play defense and can run the ball and play action pass. I mean, Tannehill's best year. Heck, what did the Titans go, 13-3 that year? I mean, I know they lost the first round, but they were number one seed in the playoffs that year.
Mm-hmm.
They were pretty darn good. And Tannehill went from being nobody to being a relevant quarterback in this league again under Arthur Smith.
I would say R.I.P. Jalen Warren fans. All you that were hoping that he was going to be seen as the star and take over there for Najee Harris. I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, Arthur Smith, he has completely soured me after the Bijan Robinson thing. Like, I don't know what Bijan did to you, what personal grudge you might have had against this young man, but he is one of the best running backs I've ever seen at his age coming into the league, and you just refuse to use him like we wanted you to. Like everyone said you should have. There's no reason to continue to run Tyler Algier the way you did when you have Bijan Robinson on the team. And it frustrated me to no end this year, like I know it did so many Atlanta Falcons fans, and that would bring up questions to me about his decision-making abilities, but I feel like Mike Tomlin would have looked him in the face and went, what are you doing?
Yeah. There's a difference when you're the coordinator, when you're the head coach.
Right.
It's a much different thing. It's a difference when you're the de facto coordinator and head coach. You're just the offensive coordinator here. Mike Tomlin's the head coach. If he wants Jalen Warren to be getting the ball, he's going to be getting the ball.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to use both of them without a shadow of a doubt. It's going to happen.
I think this is a decent fit.
I think people are soured on Arthur Smith because of what happened in Atlanta. I think that's
it's hard not to.
It's exactly. But
I mean, I said this yesterday.
Yeah.
Just because the last result wasn't what you wanted doesn't mean this guy's not a good coach.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that he doesn't have a role somewhere. Maybe he's not a head coach in this league, but he was a pretty good offensive coordinator and rejuvenated Ryan Tannehill. Maybe he can get the most out of Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, hey, Spags wasn't a very good head coach, but guess what? He's a damn good offensive or defensive coordinator. You know what I mean? Like there's people that are just good coordinators, and there's people that are not good head coaches.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
I think this is going to be just fine for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Arthur Smith, their new offensive coordinator. The Los Angeles Chargers also making some waves as they are dipping into the Baltimore Ravens war chest of scouts. The director of player personnel for the Baltimore Ravens will now be going on to be the GM of the Los Angeles Chargers.
That's weird.
Joe Hortiz.
I wonder if the old Harbaugh brothers had a little bit of conversation. I mean, it's they're like, hey, Jim, you might want to get this fella. He's up and coming. You know, that's the beauty of that kind of stuff.
If I'm looking to build a culture and I need to have talent in my building, there's no other organization to go to, no better organization, I guess, to go to than the Baltimore Ravens, who have drafted phenomenally well over the years. And Joe Hortiz has been there for 26 years.
Yeah.
He came in a program that they called the 2020 program, where they went in 1998 and they hired a whole bunch of 20-year-olds for $20,000 a year and brought them up through their ranks as scouts and just doing things, administrative things with the team. And he has risen his way through the ranks over 26 years, learning from Ozzie Newsome and Eric DaCosta. And
do we know how many of those 20 are left?
Oh, I imagine it's probably only one. There's probably none now.
Hey, man, if you would have been able to give me an NFL job what year was that? What did you say?
It was 1998, I think it was.
God almighty, I was 21 years old. It would have been a beauty. It would have been amazing.
He's 48 years old now.
I wasn't making much more than $20,000 in 1998 a year to begin with.
Exactly. So again, this is you want to build the hope of a franchise. What did we need? We needed a head coach. We got a head coach. We needed a GM. Well, we just stole one of the main scouts, I guess, for one of the best drafting teams in the league. A guy who learned under some of the best to do it.
It's a good call. You're starting to create that culture out there. And, maybe there's a little bit of hope. And we're going to be talking about that a little bit later with some of with the team.
And that, my friends, is what you call a segue, and good for you. Second day on the job, you're already better than Jeremy was at that. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get just a bit outside, and then we will give you our first highs in the fan excitement category, our Power Rankings Tuesday special here. The highs of the fan experience in the NFL. Who's got the most hope going forward? It's coming up next.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Getting into the Tuesday afternoon forecast with sunshine. I don't see too many changes here from what I was thinking earlier, about 50 degrees. Then later tonight, we'll start to see some rain showers with some wet snow. Higher elevations, probably going to see more snow. 34 degrees, and yes, somebody will be close to freezing. So travel cautiously with elevation late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Even here, we could see some snow showers, but no accumulation. Then some sun tomorrow afternoon, highs in the low 40s. From the Weather Channel, I'm Ray Stajic.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes.
When you get your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt, prepare to shout, "Jackson Hew, yeah!" from the rooftops. In the event you don't get your biggest refund, you'll get your money back, plus $100.
ABYSA, get ready to play. Soccer's the fastest growing sport in the USA today.
The Asheville Buncombe Youth Soccer Association spring registration is going on now. Soccer is safe, fun, affordable, and a great way for kids to exercise and make friends. Registration ends soon.
Smiles Cosmetic and Family Dentistry is hosting a Fall in Love with Your Smile Invisalign scan event on Wednesday, February 14th. You're going to get a free simulated 3D scan to show how your teeth could look after an Invisalign treatment. This event is going to be so fun with giveaways that include discounts, local gift cards, and one lucky person can even win half off treatment. Attendees are going to get the best price on Invisalign in North Carolina. Visit AshevilleSmiles.com today to reserve your spot at the Fall in Love with Your Smile event.
Fire, flood, wind damage, arguably a homeowner's worst nightmare. For nearly 4 decades, First Restoration Services have been helping people recover from disasters with trust, integrity, speed, and quality. If you have a disaster, call them today, 1-800-537-6151, or online at FRS247.com.
We're back counting down to kickoff. Let's look at today's 3 keys to premium pre-gaming with Beast Unleashed, presented by Monster Brewing. Number 1, beat the heat.
Unleash the beast with bold, familiar flavors, 0 caffeine, and 0 sugar.
Number 2, running the option.
There's 4 to choose from: White Haze, Peach Perfect, Scary Berries, and my personal favorite, Mean Green.
And number 3, at 6% ABV, Max Protect.
Always drink responsibly, and you must be 21 or over.
Beast Unleashed, available at your local retailer. If cleanliness is next to godliness, look around the car right now. Is that very godly? Look, life comes at you fast, but so does WNC Auto Detailing. They have the tools to make your interior look like it's coming off the showroom floor. You don't believe me? Check them out on Instagram. All that filth and years of stains disappear. WNC Auto Detailing does full interior and exterior details with paint correction, and they do wax and ceramic coatings. Call WNC Auto Detailing at 455-3700. Premium care with a Southern hospitality touch.
If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate in the mountains, you need to call the agents at Clarissa Sells WNC, brokered by eXp Realty. Check us out online at clarissasellswnc.com. Download our free app on Google Play or the App Store. Type in Asheville Home Search. You'll be able to connect with our team and see all the available homes for sale in our area. For more information, contact us today at 828-774-6343 or clarissasellswnc@gmail.com.
Crooked teeth may embarrass kids whose families can't afford braces, and trying to fix their teeth themselves can make things worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. For children and teens who qualify and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, treatment can be life-changing and help them smile with confidence. Learn more at aaoinfo.org.
Boy, you must be outside your mind.
The Sportsocracy.
Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
All right, we are back at the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM and 1400. Time to get just a bit outside. You always, as a kid, at least I did, think about your parents, and you wanted to do right by your parents. I always enjoyed the story of Jim Carrey when he was coming up, and one day he's a struggling comedian, and before he ever hit it big, the story was that he wrote a check to his dad for $1 million with his first bank account, and he gave him the check. He said, "You hang on to this, and in 5 years, you're going to be able to take this to the bank, and you're going to be able to cash it." As the story goes, he was able to do that. He was highly successful, something I was never able to do. The Sanders kids, though, they got a lot of money. They got way more money than they know what to do with. They didn't even have to work hard on the nightclub circuit to get the money.
No.
like Jim Carrey had to. The Sanders kids, they gave a gift to Dad. Deion Jr., Shedeur, and Shiloh getting headlines today because they bought Dad a house in Boulder. I haven't seen the entire house, but the video that I have seen of it looks like he's standing out on the patio and he's looking out at the mountains. And it looks like he's at Scarface's house. It's got like that ornate kind of architecture to the outside of the house. This thing needs its own zip code.
Probably.
It's massive.
Did they buy this outright?
You couldn't have. I don't think even with the NIL deals that they would have enough for this.
They put a down payment on it.
I mean, Shedeur and Shiloh, they're playing at Colorado. Deion Jr., is he playing somewhere?
I have no idea.
Is he? I think he's the older of them, and I don't think he plays anywhere. I'm not sure what he does for a living. But I thought, damn, that's early to pay off on that.
You know what? That NIL money, we have no idea how much they're making.
No, we don't. We don't. And good for them. I'm not begrudging them, and I'm not saying this is I love the fact that the kids were able to come together, pool their money, and go, you know what, we're buying Dad a house. Yeah. I mean, I know he doesn't need us to buy him a house.
And I'm sure that it's one of those things where, hey, we want to do something for dear old Dad.
Think about all the other, or not all the other, but many of the other athletes. You hear these stories, right? They get the big contracts, yeah. So what? They can take care of Mom and Dad.
Yep.
Obviously, it's a little bit of a different situation here because Dad's not destitute.
When dear old Dad is primetime Sanders,
right? But now he has 2 houses.
Yeah.
They bought a house, I can't remember where it said. I think they said it was like 15 minutes or 15 miles or something from Boulder.
Okay.
But they actually bought him a house in Boulder.
In Boulder, okay.
So he doesn't have to commute the 15 minutes or whatever.
God forbid.
Good Lord. Can't have that.
I know. It's crazy.
I just thought that was crazy.
Yeah.
Deion Sanders being gifted a house by his kids who are still in college.
I know.
It's weird.
This one it really chaps me as a New York Yankees fan. So the Los Angeles Angels have agreed to terms with outfielder Aaron Hicks, who's like 34, 35 years old. So they got him to a 2-year deal. I believe it's just a bit over $19 million or something like that. Well, the New York Yankees are on the hook for every single bit of that except for what the league minimum is in the league, which I believe is $740,000 over the next 2 years, because he's still under contract for that 10-year, $70 million contract we signed for him a couple years ago when we released him when he was batting 182. These are some of my favorite stories when people are getting paid and then they're like, no, they're not paying you. Your former team is paying you. And that just, as a fan of the Yankees, I'm like, how many of these contracts are out there, to be honest with you?
How much dead money
dead money do we have out there? But, hey.
It doesn't matter.
It's not like Aaron Hicks is, rocking the change in Los Angeles out there. I believe his batting average is below the Mendoza line over the last few years.
I think his career average is at the Mendoza line. I was reading the AP story on it this morning, and I got a kick out of the $750,000 salary that the Angels were going to pay. But then when it got to the bottom line of his stats, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
He's batting 200 with 108 home runs, and this guy got $100 million contract.
He had a couple good years with the Yankees coming off from Minnesota, and, it was just they were decided we wanted to give him, a good contract. Play for the Yankees. You get big money. That's the way it goes. But you know what? It's baseball, and everybody gets paid.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
massive contracts.
The Dodgers, what they signed over the last just this summer is more than, I think, a third or 2/3 of the entire payroll of the entire Major League Baseball.
No, they're doing that thing where they're just going to kick it all down the road.
Push it down the line.
Just kick it all down the road. It doesn't matter. All right, Power Rankings Tuesday. We're looking at fan rankings today. So this is where me and Brian feel your team should where your fandom should be right now amongst all of the teams in the league.
Now, this is very subjective as well.
Oh, it's 100%.
There's some teams that are like, obviously, there's hope more, springs eternally, that kind of thing. There's also teams that, hey, we're really good and we're going to be good for a while. So there's a little bit of, if we were just going by increased hope, it would be a different ranking system than where we're at right now, I believe.
Mm-hmm. So our gathering here, we're gonna start with the highs, and then next hour we'll talk about the mids, and then we'll talk about the lows.
Yep.
In the last hour of the program. So splitting up the league into these thirds, we'll start at the top because we got the Kansas City Chiefs.
Obviously.
Who, we're kings of the mountain. We're not going anywhere.
Listen, we have Patrick Mahomes, and we're going to have Patrick Mahomes for a while. So our hope is higher than everybody else's because we have the best player in the league.
We are hated by everyone. We have become the New England Patriots.
Yep.
So quickly. In just a matter of 6 years, we became the franchise that everybody hates. And now every time we win, or every time we make the news, or every time there's a headline, it's hate coming our way. That's how you know you're good.
Yep.
I had a boss tell me one time, if if you're not over the if you're not taking fire, then you're not over the target.
Yep.
So if they're firing at you, then you're doing something right.
It's kind of like, listen, we've got the best player in the league. You don't. We're going to be good.
So the Chiefs have to be 1.
Mm-hmm.
I think the 49ers have to be 2.
You're in the Super Bowl for a second time in a couple years. You have a quarterback who was the last pick in the draft, so you have another year of him making pennies. All these guys are still under contract. I believe almost everybody is under contract for the next year or two. So you're in a good spot. I don't see many things changing from that perspective. I see them, moving in next year, being in the same position, being probably the favorites in the NFC.
Mm-hmm. And then, number 3, it's the Houston Texans.
It's kind of, remember yesterday when I picked C.J. Stroud, and you were like,
Yeah.
really? And
Yeah.
I was like, yep.
This year went that well. As a Houston Texans fan, now remember, this is not like who's going to win the Super Bowl next year. This is how we feel your fans should feel at this point. I can't feel any better about what's going on right now. We just had C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson have great rookie seasons. Am I bummed that I gave up a first-round pick to get that? No.
No.
Do you see where that pick's at right now?
Yeah, it's what, 25? I think it's 24, 25?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And when they made the trade, we thought that's the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, the
because that
Cardinals
could be
are
the
gonna,
number 1 pick.
Cardinals are going to have the top 2 picks
Top
in the
2
draft.
picks. Top 2 picks in the draft, but it didn't happen. And now the Houston Texans look like geniuses. Because in 1 year, you got an elite edge rusher, you got the quarterback of the future, and you got your head coach.
Yeah.
Should be a little iffy about losing Bobby Slowick, but that's not happened yet. Nobody's hired him yet.
Hey, we made the playoffs.
So he may do the Ben Johnson thing where he comes back for another year and we make a run.
Yeah.
We push the AFC Championship game. Maybe we can take down the Kansas City Chiefs when we get there.
We also got to remember Tank Dell was hurt last half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was humongous this year. When you bring him back, you might even add another weapon because Jeremy's told us 100 times this is the best wide receiver draft he's ever seen.
Number 4, the Detroit Lions. I know it hurts, guys, and I want you to stop yourself from crawling back into the depression wing, right? We want to get away from this is terrible, we're going to blow it, all of that. I know Dan Campbell helped you lose the biggest lead that you've ever seen in a championship game as a franchise. But there's a lot to be excited about moving forward with this team. And you just made it to the first NFC championship game since 1991. You have to feel good about where you're at.
I believe you can add some pieces to the defense. You can probably try to add another wide receiver to that mix. I think you knocked it out of the park with Laporta, and you knocked it out of the park with Gibbs. A lot of people were hammering on them for picking Gibbs so high. Are you doing that much today? No. There's going to be a drop-off if Ben Johnson leaves. Yes. I still believe that culture's there. Holmes is there. He's done a great job. You got to still have the hope that we're changing this. We're making the adjustments.
Mm-hmm.
We were there, but we're not going to let that define who we are in the future because of one half of football.
And also, we gotta not let that Philadelphia Eagles thing happen to us.
Yes.
Where we lose our coordinators and then we get unveiled.
That is a possibility.
It is.
So
because at any moment we can have the breaking news that Ben Johnson is gone.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate the fact that, don't lose hope, Lions fans. Don't lose hope. There's still hope there for you.
And number 5, and then we'll take a quick break and we'll come back and do the other 5 after the break. Mm-hmm. At number 5 in the fan excitement power ranking here in the Sportsocracy, it's the Baltimore Ravens.
Yep.
Lamar Jackson is going to take all the heat, and it's well-deserved. He played a huge role in losing that game. But you still have to feel good about where you're at.
I believe so. You still are the Baltimore Ravens.
You run this division until somebody unseats you.
Listen, Lamar Jackson is still an elite quarterback.
John Elway eventually won one.
Yes.
He got there.
Yep.
Peyton Manning eventually won one. Give it time. Lamar's still young. We got plenty of legs left.
I'm pretty sure they're not going to go into an AFC championship game with the game plan of we're going to throw the ball and drop back 82% of the time again. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, not going to happen. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll give you the rest of the high highs tier of the fan power ranking here on a Power Rankings Tuesday in the Sportsocracy.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Hey, it's Mark Starling from First News on 570, and I've been telling you for years how great Summit Dental is with Dr. Chad Reinhardt. Look, you don't have to take it from me. Check out these 5-star reviews on Google. Summit Dental is amazing. They're so friendly and welcoming when you arrive. They have comfort options that you can request at no extra charge, like a warm lavender-infused neck wrap, pillows, blankets, sunglasses, and warm and cold drinks. I've never had this at any previous dental offices. We've changed our whole family over to Summit. Check out Summit Dental in Asheville with Dr. Chad Reinhardt, home of the comfort menu.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Showtime Sports and Mountain Graphics have teamed up under new ownership by an Asheville native to better serve our community with the finest custom apparel and unique branded items at the best price. Showtime Sports and Mountain Graphics can customize whatever you, your team, business, or local group may need through high-quality screen printing, embroidery, and laser engraving right here in Asheville. Free personal delivery within Buncombe County and a reduced delivery fee anywhere in Western North Carolina. Visit ShowtimeSportsAVL.com and MountainGraphicsAVL.com. Your one-stop custom apparel shops.
At Ingalls, we're proud to work with hundreds of local farms and businesses in the communities we call home. Not only does it ensure that you get top-quality, fresh items for your family table, it's a way for us to support the amazing individuals who pour their heart and soul into delivering the very best they can do. Quality, freshness, community, it's all in the bag. Ingalls, low prices, love the savings.
The best season of the year is here.
Tailgate season.
Monster Brewing presents this season's MVP,
The Beast Unleashed.
with 4 bold, familiar flavors.
With 0 caffeine and 0 sugar.
Beast Unleashed is your new pregame ritual.
With white haze, mean green, peach perfect, and scary berries, there's a flavor for every fan. The Beast Unleashed.
6% alcohol by volume. Unleashed responsibly. Must be 21 or over. Beast Unleashed available at your local retailer.
The Sportsocracy.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
We are back in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville. This Power Rankings Tuesday, the completely subjective fan excitement power ranking put together by myself and Football Farley. This is not going to match yours. It's not going to match anybody else's. It's just ours. We're calling it our own. We're going the high highs, the mids next hour, and the low lows at the end of the show. We've already gone Chiefs, 49ers, Texans, Lions, Ravens. That's your top 5, in our opinion, of the fan bases who have the most excitement for now and into the future.
Mm-hmm.
Number 6, Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow returns. I know you just lost Brian Callahan, but how much do I care about that? Not a great deal. I'm giving Zach Taylor a lot of credit here, and I know Callahan's been a useful piece for us, but I still got Joe Burrow.
When we were talking about it earlier, when we were talking about wins by backup quarterbacks, listen, Jake Browning won 3-4 games. They were pretty close to making the playoffs with Jake Browning at quarterback. That tells me your team is in a good spot when your all-world quarterback comes back. And now, his health is a question because he has been able,
in and out.
And when he's healthy, Bengals do damage. They either make it to championship games or Super Bowls. When he's not healthy, obviously you see what happens. You're going to lose T. Higgins.
No doubt.
It's going to happen. Do I care all that much about that? A smidgen, I think they can probably find somebody else. But again, when you have a quarterback like Joe Burrow, I look at him as a top 5 quarterback in this league. And when you have a top 5 quarterback, you got to have your team's going to have hope. Listen, you've already beat Kansas City in Kansas City, so you've taken down the monster before. We can do it again. And we can do it again.
And we can do it again. As long as I got Jamar Chase around me and Joe Burr, I keep those two things in place, I'm always going to be happy.
And I felt like Cincinnati's defense took a big step up this year as well.
Number 7 is the Rams.
Yep.
You got to be excited with the young weapons that you got. I know Matthew Stafford's getting older, but Sean McVay did wonders this year with that team. And now we got draft picks.
Yeah,
now we got something. We got a first-round draft pick coming in. We're high right now. Number 8 was the Browns. Defense is awesome. Deshaun Watson's coming back. You have to be hopeful.
You made the playoffs with Joe Flacco on your 4th quarterback of the year. Deshaun was in and out of the lineup. You got to hope that you see from Deshaun Watson next year kind of what you saw prior to him getting hurt. Now, he also is someone who gets hurt a lot, but you also shown that you can do this without Deshaun Watson.
Number 9, Green Bay Packers.
You know what?
It's stupid. It sounds gross. But I feel like Packer fans are all in. Wrong or right, Packer fans are all in on Jordan Love for right now.
Is there better young weapons in the league than in Green Bay? As a totality.
Not as a totality.
I'm just talking wide receiver, tight ends. I mean, you seem to have basically knocked it out of the park with the 2 tight ends.
Definitely not younger.
Yeah. They were the youngest team in the entire league, and they made the playoffs again. Jordan Love, the last 6 weeks of the year, was probably top 3 quarterback in the entire league. You probably should have beat the 49ers.
All right, and then top 10 of the highest highs among fan bases. We'll get to them all before the end of the program. And number 10 is the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yep.
Jim Harbaugh's in town. We're making moves in the front office, and we got a shot to end the curse. And I feel like you got to be feeling real good with a top 5 pick and Jim Harbaugh coming in this next year. Power Rankings Tuesday will continue in the next hour, and we'll get a report from the Senior Bowl with Flostradamus Jeremy Greene.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Got to get to the Tuesday afternoon forecast with sunshine. I see too many changes here from what I was thinking earlier, about 50 degrees. Then later tonight, we'll start to see some rain showers with some wet snow. Higher elevations, probably going to see more snow. 34 degrees, and yes, somebody will be close to freezing. So travel cautiously with elevation late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Even here, we could see some snow showers, but no accumulation. Then some sun tomorrow afternoon, highs in the low 40s. From the Weather Channel, I'm Ray Stajic.
I think it's just vapor. Vaping is safer than smoking, isn't it?
One vape pod has as much nicotine as 1 pack of cigarettes. Get your head out of the cloud. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-374-2103. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-374-2103 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-374-2103. 800-374-2103. 800-374-2103.
From the Ingalls Studios, this is ESPN Asheville, WPEK, W225CJ Fairview, WMXF Waynesville, and iHeart Radio Station.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now.
Log on now to ESPNAVL.com. And good luck from your friends at ESPN Asheville.
The Sportsocracy.
It fires me up, man. I love it. Say it one more time.
The Sportsocracy.
Shake it back!
Beer City's best sports talk.
It is gross.
Just earlier.
They are mature, actually. You just have to get to know them better.
Your lunchtime dose of dumbassery. Live from the Ingalls studio.
It is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, 1400. The Sportsocracy is heard everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, seen live in the Ingalls studio on YouTube. Just go to thesportsocracy.com, click the live video link, subscribe to the channel, join us in the chat, and we're gonna. Who's gonna break the news? 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 Breaking news coming down, and you know what? We're just gonna go live down to Mobile, Alabama, where Flostradamus Jeremy Greene is standing by live at the Reese's Senior Bowl, and some wild scrambling going on down there with all the reporters in town.
Yeah, it was a weird time to be a reporter from the town Ben Johnson's from.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So apparently,
I was standing in line at the concessions here because we're in between the practices. The national team just went off. The American team is coming on, and it was the media interviews on field. And I knew something had happened, but I couldn't figure out what it was because every national reporter just scurried off the field before the media break ended. And so I looked at my phone, and then I figured it out.
That's what's happening. Ben Johnson's going to be staying in Detroit.
Ben Johnson is remaining with the Detroit Lions.
It's crazy. Adam Schefter just tweeting out Ben Johnson was not the head coaching lock that people thought, and his asking price spooked some teams, per sources.
I hate to disagree with Adam. I think I'm looking at Adam right now. But you said that in a really misleading way. He was 100% the lock, but he didn't want to just take a job to take a job. And the asking price was high. I don't know if it was $15 million. That's been reported. That's not. I got no consensus of that here, that it was that high. That's a very, very high number for a first-time head coach. But I had heard that the asking price was high because he's comfortable. He's happy in Detroit. People will make this something that it's not, that he thinks he's worth more than he is. No, he's just happy, and you are going to have to possibly overpay him to get him out of there.
Yes.
And the fact is there's unfinished business still, I believe.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with a guy being happy where he is, not being dead sold on all of the jobs, and saying, you know what, if you'll do something dumb, then I'll take it, and if you won't, then I'll stay where I am.
Right.
I've heard Shane Laws, the head coach of the AC Reynolds Rockets, talk about Ben Johnson time and time and time again, and what a different kind of cat he was when he was coaching him. And as he's come up through the ranks, they've kept touch because that's what guys do, right? They keep touch with their old high school ball coaches. And one of his glowing accolades for Ben is that he is so mature and he is able to just make tough decisions that others won't, right? He did that last year by saying no to the Carolina Panthers. I'm staying in Detroit. I got more to do. Maybe he felt Washington wasn't the place for him and he needed to stay in Detroit and continue this, or just wait for another job that might be better to come open next year.
Well, I mean, I don't claim to be Adam Schefter, but I will tell you what my sources have told me. Washington was the only job on the market that he was legit interested in.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
now, why that is, I'm not 100% sure. He talked to Seattle. He talked to Carolina. I think maybe he talked to Atlanta once, and just none of those jobs really appealed to him.
Mm-hmm.
Does this make Bobby Slovic the head lead guy for Washington, or
If it's not Bobby Slowick by the end of the day, I'll be shocked.
Okay.
Genuinely, I will be dumbfounded because that has always been told to me that that's the backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really a 1B to them more than it was a 1A. That's what I've learned in the last 15 minutes.
Okay.
Is that this wasn't, we're dead set on Ben Johnson. It was, we prefer Ben slightly, but we will not be unhappy with Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, tell us what else is going on down there at the Senior Bowl. Give us the scene setter, the mood, other than the rush for the breaking news there. What's the first morning been like?
I'll never miss another one of these. I've got Mullet Senior with me, and he texted my mother, which would be his wife, and said, I believe his exact phrase was, "The boy is in hog heaven." It is shocking how much more you see watching these practices. I'm going to have a full YouTube Live tonight based off what I saw. I mean, we've only had one practice. We've only had the national team. And I've had some things confirmed. There is now no doubt to me who the number one center in this class is. There's no doubt to me who the number one cornerback in this class is. And they're both here.
Wow.
They're both here, and to me, it's not really all that close with one of them, but you'll have to tune in tonight to find out who those are.
Yes, we will.
Right. You're down there rubbing elbows with all of the other scouts and such. Can you give us a name that was thrown around today of maybe some scouts that were impressed by somebody?
Tez Walker from North Carolina had a really good morning. It appears that we were all kind of lockstep in that. And you don't want to release too much. So you got to stay away from the scouts that are associated with teams. You got to get the content creators who are kind of looking at you like, hey, did you see the same thing I did? Do we agree on this? And it's the commonalities that I heard were Tez Walker. Roman Wilson had an incredible morning session. That kid just seems to be open all the time. And we've got some running backs down here. I didn't necessarily – I wasn't blown away by the running back class, but they had a really good morning session, and I'm really looking forward to digging further into them as the week goes on. But, I mean, the question that you want to ask me.
What's that?
What position does everybody really care about?
Quarterbacks.
There you go. Go guess who the three quarterbacks were in the morning session.
Where are they at?
It was Michael Penix Jr., it was Bo Nix, and it was Sam Hartman. I can tell you definitively Sam Hartman is the worst of those three, and it's not really all that close.
I don't think we expected anything different.
He is a super nice guy, I'm sure. But and I'll tell you a funny story. So as Mullet Senior and I got down here late because the journey apparently takes 48 years. According to the GPS, it took 9 hours. It felt like it took 9 days. But we got in late last night, so we didn't get our press credentials until this morning when we had to wait in line for that. I had JT Daniels in line with me. And we were talking, and I kept looking at him going, you look really familiar. And I couldn't put my finger on why. And then when he got to the window, he said, JT Daniels. And I looked at that and went, that's why. I cussed his name many a time when he had a WV on his helmet.
Yeah.
Super nice kid in person, though.
Yeah.
But as for the quarterbacks, Michael Penix has an absolute rope. I mean, I've seen a lot of football up close and personal. I don't know that I've ever seen an arm that lively. The throwing motion has some issues. We talked about that, and we'll dig into that further. But I was really impressed by the arm strength. Bo Nix has I now have a comparison in my head, and I hate doing those, but once I have a comp in my head, it doesn't tend to go away. It's Baker Mayfield. Yeah. That's who he reminds me of. He can make incredible throws, and he made a couple this morning. And then he makes the simplistic look really difficult. The only negative play I saw for Roman Wilson all day was a short hop throw where he just couldn't make the catch. Mm-hmm. But seeing it as I saw it, it was more a bad throw than it was a drop.
The center that you were talking about, who is that? The number one center?
It's Jackson Powers from Oregon.
I
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I did a quick search on Senior Bowl just to see what was trending, and the first thing that popped up was a scene of him just destroying a Clemson D tackle.
You know what's funny? I had a feeling that you were going to say there was a clip trending somewhere. I didn't know what school you were going to say, and there were 4 different schools you could have said there, and it would have been accurate.
Because he's done it to everybody.
I told Mullet Sr., I was like, tomorrow when we get one-on-one with these guys, that's one of the top 3 players that I want. Because I'm not sure that kid doesn't end up in the first round. I mean, he was that good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at it this way. Think of all the players that you had here. You had 2 Carolina guys who were Carolina affiliates. So you got Tez Walker, you got Cedric Gray, Peyton Wilson from NC State, all these skill position players. And the top of my notes for the morning session was Jackson Powers in capital letters with exclamation points. And I think by the end of it, I wrote little hearts around his name. I just love him. Jets and Jackson Powers forever.
Since you missed out on John Michael Schmitz or whatever.
Hey, we got Pittman, but I could be really happy with Pittman and Powers right beside each other.
Right. So, you do got a lot of names that are down there this year. Obviously, he's already mentioned Michael Penix down there doing the workouts today. Leatu Latu as well. Just saw
him and Talise.
I just saw a
him
clip
and
of
Talise
him
Fuaga went at each other.
I just
him
saw
and Talise Fuaga went at each other
tail.
the whole morning session.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody blocked the other one. I think they literally lined up against each other on every rep. I have more video of those 2 than you could shake a stick at. And literally, as soon as you feel like you know which one was winning that battle, you get to a certain clip in that reel and go, oh, that turned. And that was how it was all morning long. Fuaga looked really good at times. Latu looked really good at times. And then they got the better of each other. And that's the beauty of what we're doing down here in Mobile is that you get to see these guys one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there is no, I play in the Pac-12, so I'm not seeing elite offensive tackles or elite edge rushers. These are the best players in the country. And one-on-one, Jimmy's and Joe's, one-on-one. And I love it. I will never miss another one of these. I can tell you that. But you can pencil in that Jeremy is going to be gone the week between the conference championship and the Super Bowl for now until eternity.
At ESPN Draft Nerd Jeremy Greene on Twitter. And it is, of course, you want to follow the Sportsocracy on all of the socials. You'll be churning out some content. You said you were going to do a daily recap tonight.
I mean, put it this way. Here's how many notes I have. I didn't even get off the first half of a sheet, and I have 4 sheets of talking points from just the national team.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
The American team just started. So, yeah, I will be you will see a lot of me on social media. Now, what that's going to look like, I'm not 100% sure, because it's going to be live from our hotel room, which is it's a lovely hotel. Not necessarily the most functional for this, but I'm gonna figure it out.
All right.
You always find a way to do it.
Fair enough.
Buddy.
We will we'll have another check in with you as well every day that you're down there at the Senior Bowl, and looking forward to that and all of the updates coming forthwith. You guys didn't go too hard in the paint last night. You were able to get up this morning and get going. I'm proud of you. I want Papa to keep you in line now.
Yeah, that's how that's going. 2 LITs for him last night. 5 domestic lights for me. It was a long trip, but you know we got up this morning early. Yeah. Nice breakfast in the hotel. We're one day in. We're no worse for the wear. I feel like we're back to where we started, and that's all one could hope for.
Right
you
on.
Keep it copacetic all week, and we'll make it through the game with flying colors.
Definitely. All right. You keep us posted. Anything, any more breaking news happens, you hear anything inside, you let us know. Give us a call back, and we will update the fans. Y'all have a great one.
Thanks.
You're in the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, and 1400. Yep, we'll keep you up to date on everything Senior Bowl throughout the week here. I can't wait to see what this looks like, what this notebook's going to look like when he gets back. He is obviously in hog heaven right now, as you heard. All right, the breaking news coming out of Detroit is that Ben Johnson, AC Reynolds Rockets grad, will not be moving on to take the Washington Commanders job as everyone had expected, staying in Detroit as the offensive coordinator. We'll get into it up next here on ESPN Asheville.
KFC's new Smashed Potato Bowl is here. Fries, mashed potatoes, cheese, and bacon come together to make a smashable snack that's only $3.49. It's finger-licking good.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics today. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or injury? Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence. Walk and run and play and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Phone 828-333-9517 in Asheville and in Greenville.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
The final horse now in the gate, and they're off. They're starting off with a double toe loop jump, leaving a difficult 7-10 split as there's movement on the inside rail. Only 9 pins separate them now as they head to the final quarter mile. They're neck and neck. It's down to the last frame. Here comes the axle jump. They bundled their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Win, strike, savings, gold.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
For your big game party, you better pop in to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win. We've got thousands of bottles down every aisle, and prices so low they're gonna make you smile. Ask our helpful guides for a recommendation to add some spirits and wine to your beverage station. Discover something new and let the fun begin. Come on down to Total Wine and More for a guaranteed win.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Did you know that Ingles sells more organics than any other store? Or that they run their own dairy? Or that they only serve USDA choice and prime meat? Did you know that they have more local craft beer than any place else? Or that they have Energy Smart stores? Or that they professionally slice and package imported cheese from Europe? Did you know about their giant international aisle, local farm partnerships, curbside pickup, wine department? Or that they donate 3,956 meals a day to local food banks? Well, now you do. It's all in the bag. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
Showtime Sports and Mountain Graphics have teamed up under new ownership by an Asheville native to better serve our community with the finest custom apparel and unique branded items at the best price. Showtime Sports and Mountain Graphics can customize whatever you, your team, business, or local group may need through high-quality screen printing, embroidery, and laser engraving right here in Asheville. Free personal delivery within Buncombe County and a reduced delivery fee anywhere in Western North Carolina. Visit ShowtimeSportsAVL.com and MountainGraphicsAVL.com, your one-stop custom apparel shops.
If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate in the mountains, you need to call the agents at Clarissa Sells WNC, brokered by eXp Realty. Check us out online at ClarissaSellsWNC.com. And did I mention that Clarissa Sells WNC loves teachers? We love teachers so much, we're giving back 25% of our commission at closing. For more information, contact us today at 828-774-6343 or ClarissaSellsWNC@gmail.com.
The Sportsocracy.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
We are back in the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville. Ben Johnson will not be leaving Detroit. The offensive coordinator of the Lions, who had been the top target for the Panthers job last year, turned them down, stayed in Detroit. Mm-hmm. Now was apparently the shoe-in to be the Commanders coach, and now he's not. Now he's staying in Detroit for another year, working on building his own legacy, finishing the job. Maybe it just wasn't the job for him. There are a lot of pluses to wanting to be the head coach of the Washington Commanders.
I mean, you got the number 2 pick overall. You got $82 million in cap space. You got some young people. I mean, I thought that would be a prime job for somebody. But, again, there's something to be said about finishing. Maybe he's just so happy up there, and maybe he feels a certain way about how that ended.
Mm-hmm.
There is sometimes when you have something like that happen, you just feel like you need to fill that void. You need to come back. You need to figure out what's going on. It's happened 100 times over all sports. People have decided, I can't leave this like this. And maybe that's just what it all comes down to.
Maybe so. And maybe he just doesn't feel he's ready. Maybe he feels like taking over as a head coach is not what's on his plan now. It may be down the road, but I have all the time in the world to get there. I don't need to rush into taking the first job that comes along. Would it be cool to be the guy to take over the Washington Commanders and bring them back to prominence under a new ownership and all of this? Sure. But I also have to weigh, I'm in a really good position right now. I'm in demand every offseason. Do I want to tie myself to a franchise that doesn't have it all figured out just yet? It's great that they got new ownership, but you're still trying to figure out who you are as a franchise now. With Josh Harris and his group taking over, there's no identity to the Washington Commanders right now. I don't know if this is going to be a good front office. I don't know if this is going to be a well-run organization. What I do know is that I'm under a good organization right now, at least in a good organizational structure that we've built together over the last 4 years.
And maybe he also looks at it and says, I'm not a big fan of Sam Howell or Drake May, and I don't want to go into my future with Bill's guys as the quarterback. You never know. You never know.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I would.
That's the thing, because for 100% certainty you're going to have to take one of these quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he doesn't like any of those quarterbacks. I don't know. This is just spitballing on possible things. This is what I'm thinking. I mean,
it's what I would be thinking,
because you're beholden to that for the next 3-4 years of your head coaching career. Maybe there's going to be some other opportunities with some other things happening that can possibly go up. It's not like he's not going to get opportunities next year.
No. Next year he'll have an opportunity with the New York Giants. Or
I think they like Dayball.
You don't think that's Rocky right now? One more season like they just had? Dayball probably doesn't survive.
No.
So that's number one media market right there. That's an opportunity.
He seems like a different cat.
I don't think he's a guy that's looking forward to the next big thing.
Yeah.
He's really interested in the path that he's on right now. And he's really interested in finding out where this story goes. But this chapter's not finished.
Yeah.
I believe that would be the mindset here. From everything that I've gathered from people that know him in this community and have talked glowingly about him and who he is as a person, that's what I believe this story to be. Oh, by the way, we were tipped off. Little birdie told us this whole $15 million thing is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Absolute bunk. It's not true. He's not demanding $15 million from anybody. That's what our sources close to the family are telling us.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It's not the time for him to take the opportunity. What it is time for is for the Washington Commanders to get off their keister and make a move here. For whatever reason, it didn't work with Ben Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he did throw you a number that you rankled at or whatever. Maybe that happened. Adam Schefter's reporting it, so I got to imagine somebody told him that was part of the deal here.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it was a little too costly for them. Okay, so where do you go now?
Well,
Bobby Slowick, he was brought in last week to interview for this job.
Yeah. And Jeremy said he'd be surprised if by the end of the day he's not the hire. Do you go with a Mike Vrabel? I just can't see Vrabel not getting a head coaching job in this cycle. It's kind of weird to me. I thought I don't know. Maybe I see Vrabel as a better head coach than others do.
No Smiles in the YouTube comments just said Vrabel as well. And maybe I'm wrong.
Uh-huh.
It's happened before. But I don't think I could feel good about that as a Commanders fan. Patrick Holt, I know you're listening. You can tell me whether you'd feel good about Vrabel. To me, that kind of goes down the same path of we were just on. We just had the culture guy, the defensive guy, the Ron Rivera guy.
Yeah.
Vrabel's way better than Ron Rivera. Don't even think I'm trying. You know me. I believe Ron Rivera is a great guy, but a very mediocre coach. I believe more in Mike Vrabel than I do in Ron Rivera. However, I feel like that's going down the same kind of path I just went on.
Yeah. I feel like you have to, knowing that you have the number 2 pick, knowing you're going to get a quarterback, a young quarterback, I feel like this hire has to be offense. That's why Bobby Slovic is being put up there.
But I think that's the statement that I want to make. That's the game I want to be a part of. That's the NBA style, right?
Yeah.
I want to be flashy and not to a detriment, but I got to be with the times. I want this fresh. I want this new, and I think that's what Josh Harris is looking at. I don't want an old school ball coach.
I don't think that that's the culture that they want to have there. I think they want to change everything about the culture that they've had over the last couple of years there.
Dare I say, with Magic involved, I want a little Showtime Lakers.
Yeah.
I want a little greatest show on turf. Let's put some butts in the seats. Let's get some people excited about this organization for once, because we haven't had anything to cheer about since Joe Gibbs was here.
And listen, when I look at this, I look at the Commanders, Washington, or whatever way you want to say it, as one of the cornerstones of the NFL. This is a job in the NFL. People going to go to Washington because of that. You know, you talk about Packers, Bears, Giants. You know what I mean? Like, I just talk about those are cornerstone franchises of this NFL. This is a job that is sought after. And to be able to change the culture there, change it around, take them into the next couple years is a big job for somebody.
Aaron Glenn got a second interview, as did Ben Johnson with the Washington Commanders. They've also gone down the path of Bobby Slowick. They have talked with Mike McDonald. All of the top coaches, all the top candidates, they're talking to him. Dan Quinn is now in part of this. Like, again, I'm not doing that.
I'm just, after saying what you just said as well, thinking about it, I feel like this has to be an offensive coach.
The only offensive coaches that I'm looking at here reported that have been in for interviews or second interviews.
Okay.
I guess second interviews. Eric Bieniemy was offensive coordinator last year, and Bobby Slowick.
Wow. Does Bieniemy get the job?
No.
I don't think so.
He only gets it if Bobby says no.
Because I
think at that point, if that's your path, then go steal Mike McDonald away from Seattle.
I mean,
because the more I think about that, and the more I hear about that, that seems to be the path that's going down. Mike McDonald, shoe in for Seattle. If you could get him away from them, but other than that, I don't know that you could bring Bieniemy in and the fan base feel good about it.
If he doesn't get his job, he's never going to get a head coaching job. I mean, come on at this point. Like, right? I mean, maybe what they've said about him all along has been true. That he just is never a good interview. He's just not the guy.
He's a coordinator.
You know?
He's a coordinator, and he's ridden coattails.
Yeah.
Earned a lot of respect under Andy Reid as a coordinator. This past year in Washington, Sam Howell had great number. Like, he was leading the league in yardage for so long, and that looked like there was promise there. But he didn't have an offensive line to put around him. You couldn't really see what a Bieniemy offense could be because the personnel was lacking. Mm-hmm. I don't know how much you ding him for that specifically. Right. To me, that's more of a GM kind of thing. I wasn't the one that really picked these players. I had to deal with what I had when I came in here, and I made Sam Howell look like a future quarterback. So maybe Eric Bieniemy is he's the last choice. I'll put it that way. If he's a choice, he's the last one. Ben Johnson, staying in Detroit. I did not expect that. And we didn't expect that when we put together our little power ranking of fan excitement. We had the Detroit Lions at 4, And now I'm thinking maybe we should have had them at 1 after today's news. You just spiked up above the Chiefs and the 49ers, knowing that you're going to be able to keep the band together, the play callers together, maybe. Don't know what's going to happen with Aaron Glenn, but there's a great chance he's sticking around.
Yeah.
So, fandom, how excited are you for the next season and the future? Not just next year, but for the future period. We'll get into the mid-tier.
And by no means is this like mid and things. There's still some high hopes in these next teams.
It gets mid at the bottom, but there's still a lot of hopes for the mid-tier of the fan excitement in the NFL on this Power Rankings Tuesday here in the Sportsocracy. We'll take a quick break. Plus, when we come back, we'll get weird.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Getting into the Tuesday afternoon forecast with sunshine. I don't see too many changes here from what I was thinking earlier, about 50 degrees. And later tonight, we'll start to see some rain showers with some wet snow. Higher elevations, probably going to see more snow. 34 degrees, and yes, somebody will be close to freezing. So travel cautiously with elevation late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Even here, we could see some snow showers, but no accumulation. Then some sun tomorrow afternoon, highs in the low 40s. From the Weather Channel, I'm Ray Stajic.
This report is sponsored by KFC. KFC's new Smashed Potato Bowl is here. Fries, mashed potatoes, cheese, and bacon come together to make a smashable snack that's only $3.49. It's finger-licking good.
Hey, it's Mark Starling from First News on 570, and I've been going to Summit Dental in Asheville with Dr. Chad Reinhardt for years. They're fantastic, but you don't have to take my word for it. Check out some of these 5-star reviews from Google. After searching for a dentist for months, I finally found this place. I needed some serious dental work, and they got me in within a week. If you're anxious about going to the dentist, I assure you this is the place that can give you a new outlook on having dental work done. They're upfront, honest, and caring people who only want the best for their patients. You gotta check out Summit Dental in Asheville with Dr. Chad Reinhardt, home of the Comfort Menu.
Hi, I'm Chad Greenway. After retiring from the NFL, I've embraced my new role coaching my kids in their youth sports. Our Youth Basketball Association made the decision to use trusted coaches to train, screen, and educate all of our basketball coaches. Visit trustedcoaches.org to learn more. I'm a trusted coach. Are you?
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast, NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Showtime Sports and Mountain Graphics have teamed up under new ownership by an Asheville native to better serve our community with the finest custom apparel and unique branded items at the best price. Showtime Sports and Mountain Graphics can customize whatever you, your team, business, or local group may need through high-quality screen printing, embroidery, and laser engraving right here in Asheville. Free personal delivery within Buncombe County and a reduced delivery fee anywhere in Western North Carolina. Visit ShowtimeSportsAVL.com and MountainGraphicsAVL.com, your one-stop custom apparel shops.
At Ingles, we're proud to work with hundreds of local farms and businesses in the communities we call home. Quality, freshness, community, it's all in the bag. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
If cleanliness is next to godliness, look around the car right now. Is that very godly? Look, life comes at you fast, but so does WBNC Auto Detailing. They have the tools to make your interior look like it's coming off the showroom floor. You don't believe me? Check them out on Instagram. All that filth and years of stains disappear. WBNC Auto Detailing does full interior and exterior details with paint correction, and they do wax and ceramic coatings. Call WBNC Auto Detailing at 455-3700. Premium care with a Southern hospitality touch. The best season of the year is here.
Tailgate season.
Monster Brewing presents this season's MVP,
The Beast Unleashed.
with 4 bold, familiar flavors.
With 0 caffeine and 0 sugar.
Beast Unleashed is your new pregame ritual.
With white haze, mean green, peach perfect, and scary berries, there's a flavor for every fan.
The Beast
Unleashed.
6% alcohol by volume. Unleashed responsibly. Must be 21 or over. Beast Unleashed available at your local retailer.
The Sportsocracy.
We treat star athletes better because they're better people.
That's not fair.
Life isn't fair, kiddo. Get used to it.
It is ESPN Asheville. This is the Sportsocracy, and we are live at the Ingles studio on ESPN Asheville. I don't have Jeremy here to keep me on track because
On the weird scale.
Let's get weird.
There's
Yeah, it's
Vegas.
gotta get weird.
There's Florida. And there's Asheville. Let's get weird, Asheville.
Oh, you can't trust me with buttons, which is weird because I'm supposed to be trusted with the buttons.
Yeah.
Anyhow, it is time to get weird. And did you know that almost a quarter of the legal weed business in California is backed by one of the greatest to ever play the game?
Is that right?
Joe Montana. He and his venture capital firm got in on a startup in California 4 years ago. It's a little weed business called Nabis. In that time, or since that time, Nabis now controls 22% of all of the legal cannabis that is sold within the state of California, now making Joe cool. One of the coolest cats ever.
Hey, man.
He's got Super Bowls galore. He looks damn good for 80 years old. He's not that old, but he should be. And now he's got the biggest weed business in California.
He's a smart man.
Liquid 2 Ventures, early investor in the Nabis company. And now hundreds of millions of dollars pouring through that business year in and year out. Actually, to where the fact that the venture capital firm, they doubled up.
Yeah.
They went double up on that business 2 years ago, and it's only gotten better.
Oh, good for them.
It's only gotten better.
Joe Montana is just the greatest.
Yeah.
You know. So this could possibly be the weirdest story I've ever heard in the history of time.
Okay.
So after shelling out more than $200 to a taxidermy for her precious dwarf hamster Hamilton, Hammy for short, a lady basically immortalized her tiny hamster as a stripper.
Excuse me?
Yes, exactly. So so Hammy was then stuffed, immortalized as a stripper. And I don't even know where the stripper thing came from, but basically she had it, and it's even stuffed with and a belt around it with tiny little dollar bills. And she sets it next to her bed. Why this lady has her as a stripper, has her hamster immortalized as a stripper, is untold. But first of all, would you pay money to immortalize a hamster? And then what would possess you to immortalize it as a stripper and have little dollar bills? I'm looking at a picture right now, and I wish I could put it up on the screen because it duplicates is terrifying and hilarious at the same time.
I believe I'm going to need some more context about the relationship between you and this hamster. This is just weird. Why?
Exactly.
So
the weirdest
the
story.
hamster dies. She has it taxidermy.
Yes.
And now it's like on a little stripper pole on her bedside table.
It is on a little stripper pole on her bedside table. And it's I just don't know what in the world.
I hope you didn't pay much for it.
Oh, $200.
I don't think I mean, this is weird.
This is okay.
Don't taxidermy animals.
Hold on. Hammy, who served as her emotional support hamster.
Okay, you should have just led with that, and then we would all know this is a very unhealthy relationship that she has with this hamster. My emotional support hamster.
And now it's immortalized. My emotional support hamster is now a stripper on my bedside table.
You know what? If it makes you feel more comfortable to have an animal taxidermied because you just can't live without them and you want to see them over and over again, I'm going to judge you. I'm going to think that's a little weird, but you go ahead.
Yep.
I think it's weird that hunters do the same thing. Like the most beautiful buck you've ever shot, you're going to have its head put up on the wall. I get it's a great conversation piece, and I get that it is a trophy. You achieved something. You went out and hunted that thing and had it mounted.
You
but
put deer piss all over you, and you stalk that animal from a blind up in the woods.
It's not something that I'm into, but I'm not going to begrudge you having your trophy on the wall. I just think it's weird, and it's It's much weirder when it happens with pets, though.
Much weirder when it happens with a hamster, I think.
Yeah, the hamster thing is just insane.
I know.
Why?
Yep.
You're in the Sportsocracy. This is ESPN Asheville. It is a Power Rankings Tuesday.
Yeah.
And our Power Rankings today, we're going fan excitement.
Mm-hmm.
Brian and I put our heads together, and we came up with a ranking of how high we think the highs are for the fan bases, not only for this upcoming year, but kind of in perpetuity.
Yeah.
I guess the foreseeable future, how you should feel. We gave you the winners. We gave you the highs in the first hour of the program. Top 10 was the Chiefs, 49ers, Texans, Lions, Ravens, Bengals, Rams, Browns, Packers, Chargers. All those teams have a lot of hope going into next year. It's not to say that these teams don't. We just feel like those are the elites.
There's a lot of hope in these next couple teams as well.
Yes, there is a lot of hope at the top of this list, and then it obviously goes lower the lower you go.
Yeah.
But I think we bridge two gaps here. We go from kind of high highs to meh at the end. Starting at number 11 with the New York Jets. You can't help but feel like something's going to happen every year. The Jets going Jet. There's a reason that exists. I can say it freely without seeing the angry ogre get mad at me across the table. Jets going Jet is a real thing. And Aaron Rodgers and that fiasco that happened on the opener last year was like the ultimate sign of we're doomed forever. But the fact that your team was as good, the defense was as good as it was, your running back was as good as he was, you put a quarterback in there like Aaron Rodgers, and you were right back to thinking that you're a Super Bowl contender going into this year. The only reason I had them at 11 is because there's always the doubt that lives in your mind.
You have the number 9 pick. Your hope is you can get one of these linemen. The hope is, if I'm the Jets, I swear I'm the first 3 picks I'm picking are all offensive linemen. You hope that you can get someone. Every mock draft I see kind of points in that direction to where they should be able to get one of the two. It always changes on trades and how things plan out. But you got to believe that with Aaron Rodgers and that defense, an upgraded offensive line, you got to feel like there's a little bit of hope at least for the next couple of years. From all points, saying Aaron Rodgers saying he wants to play for the next couple of years, and who knows with this guy? I mean, he just came back from an Achilles injury pretty darn quickly, and there's things that could be said about him and how he plays these things out. But when it comes down to it, Duke can still play quarterback.
Mm-hmm. And nobody takes care of his body better than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
You can say what you want to about the weird ways that he does it, but he's well researched. He knows why he's doing what he's doing. All his ayahuasca treatments and darkness retreats and all of the recovery from the surgeries. He's not a dum-dum. No. He looked into all of that. You might think it's weird and kooky.
Yep.
But he's not playing games here.
And I just look, that defense is that darn good.
Mm-hmm.
That if they have just a quarterback play, they're a playoff team in my mind. And they should be. But, if the other guy that usually sits in his chair would be sitting here, he'd be like, well, Joe Namath stole the soul of the devil, and, until he dies, the Jets are doomed.
But you still are pretty high on your fan excitement going into this year, but it's muted because you've been abused routinely in your life. Number 12, we've got the Indianapolis Colts.
Yes.
I almost made the playoffs with Gardner Minshew.
Yes.
I got the coach.
Yes.
We don't know about Anthony Richardson.
I felt like, Jeremy says it a lot with game tape, 3 games. Did Anthony Richardson got hurt in what, game 4? I don't know if that's maybe the case. Maybe the case was, he looked pretty darn good in those first couple games. You have a team that almost made the playoffs with Gardner Minshew. You got to look at it. You got a top 15 pick. You got to feel like you got to do something a little bit in the wide receiver room. I think, Downs is pretty good. Pittman's awesome. And then you go from there.
Of course, that's the big question of the offseason is what are you going to do with Michael Pittman? Are you going to hold on to him? You going to pay him? What's the deal there? To me, he proved way more of a number one wide receiver than I ever thought he was. Jeremy has told me since he got drafted in this league that he's a number one wide receiver, and I still think he's on the fringe of that, but he did very, very well this year with Gardner Minshew, and I believe in Shane Steichen.
Yeah, I do too.
I feel like Colts fans got to be pretty excited about going into this because you did almost make the playoffs this year. And one good offseason, money to spend in free agency. Yep. Let's see where we can go. Number 13, the Buffalo Bills. It's about as low as I could have them.
It was really tough when I initially started doing these things. I started writing and I said, oh my gosh, I was down into the teens and further down in the teens, and I hadn't put the Bills down yet. Here's the thing about the Bills. You still have Josh Allen. But that contract, what is it, $30 million more dollars
something like that
in cap hit this year? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to be given into a lot of people. There's some other pieces that they need. Stephon Diggs, what is going on with him? It seems like every offseason we have something else going on with him. But you have Josh Allen. And when it comes down to it, that dude is a baller. He's put the team on his back so many times. And, it's Buffalo. You're going to be hopeful no matter what way you look at it. The Mafia is not going to slow down because they're paying him $30 million more dollars.
No, the hype is going to continue to be there. The question is, do you believe that you can continue to just have that be the only story?
Yeah.
Because I feel like a lot of the times that's the only story.
Yeah.
The success of the Buffalo Bills hinges on blank.
Yeah.
The answer to that question is always Josh Allen. Can he perform? Can he hang on to the ball? Can he do this? Can he do that? The rest of the team, you got fine pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But you're getting old in some
and their defensive line
respects.
Is just not,
They got work to do, but it's hard to be at the top of your division and not have hope.
Yes,
you have hope, but the hope is it doesn't just start at Super Bowl. It starts way before that. Owning the division is the first. And then we got to worry about beating the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs.
Yeah.
We can't do that. We can't worry about Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Number 14 in the fan excitement power ranking here. Number 14 may be controversial, but it's the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
I wanted to have you higher on this list, but I couldn't do it because I feel like this was supposed to be the step forward year, and it was kind of the step to the side year.
I don't know exactly what happened. I was flabbergasted the entire year. I literally thought going into this year, again, I also thought that the Texans were not going to be good. The Colts were not going to be good. I thought literally they would run through the division, 6-0 in their division. They would be probably a top seed in the AFC, and I felt like Trevor Lawrence took a step back after taking a step forward. But I just feel like I still feel like they're going to figure it out.
Evan Doyle in the YouTube comment says the Bills have no D-line and Marvin Lewis, too, as their head coach.
Yeah.
I love that more than anything. Marvin Lewis, too.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
I don't like all of the Trevor Lawrence is a bust talk, but I can't ignore it for much longer. He's definitely not what he was billed to be.
Yes.
But I don't know that I'm ready to throw this out. I still feel like there's room for him to grow with Doug.
If they don't take a gigantic step next year, when I say gigantic step, I'm talking they need to win the division, win a playoff game, or, that talks. And again, we had Houston as the number 3. So, but I want to see this battle between Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud over the next couple of years. But to do that, we have to see Trevor Lawrence take another step up again.
Indeed. Number 15, the Miami Dolphins. This may seem low, but I imagine Brian Hall's going to come sprinting down the hallway at the break.
Yeah.
But I got the Dolphins this low just because I'm not sure where we're heading right now. Are we buying into the Mike McDaniel thing? I mean, Brian came down here a minute ago and was just talking about, Ben Johnson's good to stay in Detroit. That way when we fire Mike McDaniel next year, he'll come back to Miami where he once was the quarterback's coach. If you got fans already hoping for that, then I can't have you much higher than the middle of the league.
You have to, when your entire team is based on speed, you better win your division and get a home playoff game. That's period. You can't be going up to Buffalo. You can't be going to Kansas City. You can't be going to these things in playoffs when it's going to be cold as heck outside because you are neutralized.
And the question is, does that even matter? Because we can't beat those teams at home anyway. The one Dallas win was the only good team that they beat all year?
They're a different team when they can utilize their speed. Their entire team is predicated on that. And not to mention, they were getting guys off the darn couch to come rush the quarterback, for God's sakes. I think you had said it like one of the times. It's like the Lou Brown, it's like, well, I got a woman waiting in line for some white balls, so I don't know if I can make it out there.
I don't know, Charlie.
So
I'll have to call you back.
Melvin Ingram and, these guys they weren't even playing. They're sitting on the couch. Hey, by the way, I need you to come play on a playoff game in the freezing cold and try to rush Patrick Mahomes. Good grief.
It's not going to work out.
Yeah.
All right, let's just go through these, and then we'll group these breaks at the end of the hour together here. Number 16 is where we bring in the Dallas Cowboys. I know Dallas Cowboys fans always get all hyped up, and they're always they always early in the season want to put themselves up here or up at the top. And then it all comes crashing down at the end of the year. You got to start in the middle, I feel like. Because you can't look at Dallas and think, we're good. We just wrapped this up. We just won the division, but we can't win a playoff game.
Can't win 12 games a year for the last 3 years and not have some sort of hope that your team's going to figure it out. It just, you can't. Listen, I hate the Cowboys. We all know this very, very well. But again, they have Micah Parsons. Diggs is coming back next year. He was hurt this year. Mm-hmm. That was a big piece of their defense. They had to scramble a bit from there. CeeDee Lamb is really good. Dak Prescott is in that middle tier of quarterbacks. You got to feel like there's a bit of hope because you can't win 12 games a year and not have some sort of hope that you can turn it around.
Right.
That's just the way I look at it.
Dallas Cowboys at 16, Philadelphia Eagles at 17.
I look at these teams exactly the same. I do. I mean, they're, I basically group them in together.
Eagles make the coaching changes. You got to feel like, okay, the end of the year was a disaster, but we're making the moves. Maybe you wanted Nick Sirianni to be fired. I don't really like doing the revolving door every 3 years at head coach. So I can understand why they went down this path, but I have to trust the front office. It's still a talented team. You're going to be at the top of the division next year. It's going to be a coin flip between you and Dallas, and you should be right back in the discussion as the best team in the NFC once again.
It's tough when you lose 7 games in a row but you prior to that were pretty good, and you were in the Super Bowl the year before.
Now, this is the part of the draft where everybody will look at me and go, well, you're crazy. These teams should have way more hope than this. They should be higher than 18 through 20. These are the draft teams. Chicago Bears, Arizona Cardinals, Washington Commanders. 18 through 20, all of them have top picks in this draft. 2 of them have multiple first-round draft picks in this draft. The question is, are we going to screw it up with the Bears?
Yep.
The Cardinals, I feel like you might have more hope than any of these 3 because we just finished a season 4-4 with a god-awful team. Kyler Murray coming back, another year of this coaching staff. I feel like there should be a lot of high hopes in the desert.
We're going to get the number one wide receiver possibly that's been drafted over the last 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And you have another first-round pick.
Chicago Bears with the 1st and the 9th picks in the draft. It's hard not to feel good about that. But again, you're the Bears. How are you going to screw it up? And the Washington Commanders, I wanted to have them hire Patrick. But do you feel good right now after the Ben Johnson news? I know you have the number 2 pick in the draft, but you got a lot of things to figure out there. And now with Ben Johnson, who was going to be the guy, with him staying in Detroit, now we don't know which way you're going. This could easily go back up, depending on what you do with that draft pick. But for right now, I would feel like as a Commanders fan, this is a little iffy.
Well, they have, I think, it's like 5 or 7 in the top 100, plus $82 million in cap space. I mean, there's a lot that can change very quickly in Washington.
You're in the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM and 1400. When we come back for the top of the hour, it'll be daily draft time. We're going WWE style.
Let's go.
Y'all remember War Games?
Yeah, let's go.
We're going to do a fantasy War Games and see whose team would come out on top.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I'm starting the new year by making my home feel like new with the advanced cleaning of Zero Raz. Take advantage of their New Year's sale. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $119. And when you mention ESPN Asheville, you'll get a hallway clean for free. Schedule online at ZeroRazAsheville.com.
Sandstone Health and Rehabilitation wishes to thank every team member from our 18 locations for their incredible dedication to our residents in 2023. Cheers to 2024 and continuing to build a career with purpose by providing compassionate care for all.
Running a small business is no small task. At Home Trust Bank, we work hard to prepare businesses for whatever tomorrow may bring. Your dreams are our business, and we have local experts who can help you plan for a successful future. Dependable guidance you need and service you'll appreciate. At Home Trust Bank, we take your small business banking personally. Visit your local Home Trust branch or anytime at htb.com. Member FDIC.
If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate in the mountains, you need to call the agents at Clarissa Sells WNC, brokered by eXp Realty. Check us out online at clarissasellswnc.com. Download our free app on Google Play or the App Store. Type in Asheville Home Search. You'll be able to connect with our team and see all the available homes for sale in our area. For more information, contact us today at 828-774-6343 or clarissasellswnc@gmail.com.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Getting into the Tuesday afternoon forecast with sunshine. I don't see too many changes here from what I was thinking earlier, about 50 degrees. And later tonight, we'll start to see some rain showers with some wet snow. Higher elevations, probably going to see more snow. 34 degrees, and yes, somebody will be close to freezing. So travel cautiously with elevation late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Even here, we could see some snow showers, but no accumulation. Then some sun tomorrow afternoon, highs in the low 40s. From the Weather Channel, I'm Ray Stajic.
Jessica, this is the happiest day of my life. Right up there with the day I bought my RV and insured it with Progressive. Man, I love that thing. There are a million fish in the sea, which I'm reminded of every time I bring my RV to the lake, but I vow to love and cherish you just as much as I cherish campsites with full electric and water hookups. I'm so sorry.
Protect your beloved with an RV policy from Progressive. Take as little as 4 minutes to see what you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-374 800-374-2103. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-374-2103 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-374-2103. 800-374-2103. 800-374-2103.
From the Ingalls Studios, this is ESPN Asheville, WPEK, W225CJ Fairview, WMXF Waynesville, and iHeart Radio Station.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, cash. That's cash. Enter it now.
Log on now to ESPNAVL.com.
The Sportsocracy.
It fires me up, man. I love it. Say it one more time.
The Sportsocracy.
Shake it back!
Beer City's best sports talk.
It is gross.
Just earlier.
They are mature, actually. You just have to get to know them better.
Your lunchtime dose of dumbassery. Live from the Ingalls studio.
It is ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM, 1400. The Sportsocracy is heard everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, and we are seen live on YouTube. Go to thesportsocracy.com. Click the live video link. Subscribe to the channel. That way you can join us in the chat, get your thoughts in on the news of the day. The power rankings is the fan excitement power rankings. Still is a little bit different take. Completely subjective thing that we decided to do today. Me and Brian Haynes filling in for Flostradamus, Jeremy Greene.
Yes, sir.
Having some fun today, and the daily draft's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Because Brian's a wrestling freak.
A freak of nature.
You've been watching wrestling nonstop since you were...
10.
10?
10 years old.
Have not missed it. Much. Since then.
I mean, I don't watch every single week. Do I tend to be on the TikTok and watch some of the wrestling videos and things like that, keep up to date on stuff that I miss? Of course. I don't watch a whole entire Monday Night Raw, but I see an entire Monday Night Raw looking at things on that. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, I keep up to date. I'm very, very up to date.
Okay. Do you have Netflix so you can keep getting Raw?
Yes, absolutely.
Good.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Watch the entire Royal Rumble. I watched every second of it.
I watched as much of it as I could.
Yeah.
I hung in till the end. Like, I joined in and there were 8 guys left in the ring. And it got down to the final 4, and I went McIntyre and Goofus. What's his name? The tall Intercontinental Champion. Gunther.
Gunther, yeah.
Gunther.
He's awesome.
Sami Zayn and the one that won it, Cody Rhodes.
Cody, let's go.
Ew. There's
more than one.
This is going to be your
wrestling.
WrestleMania headliner is going to be Cody Rhodes again?
Are you kidding me?
Again?
Dude is a draw, man.
Is he?
Yeah.
I don't see how.
Because, man.
I just don't get it. I don't get it.
I
guess I can't not see little Cody.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know what it is.
It's a much different story. He's the American Nightmare now.
Yeah.
He's pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
He's big in the old wrestling.
I get it. I get he's big.
Yeah.
He's a big name.
Yep.
I haven't gotten down with the new generation in a long time.
I know you haven't.
Since you've been able to keep me entertained to any great length.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. But I do love it. And I love the pageantry of it, and I love the characters and all of the
It's a male soap opera, for God's sakes.
It's so good. It's so nice as a little cheat every now and then just to dive back into that world. So I thought with the wrestling guy in here.
Yes.
We would do a wrestling-themed daily draft today.
Absolutely.
And it's War Games.
Yes.
That was one of my favorite events every year on the WCW calendar was War Games. You had the ring that was encased by the cage. You had 2 5-man teams just going at it. And so we're going to do that. A daily draft. We're going to draft our fantasy War Games teams.
Yes.
And then we'll see who would
This
come
is
out
also
the winner
ends
in
up
the end.
becoming favorite wrestlers.
Of course it is. It's,
Yeah.
it's completely subjective, and you get to learn a little bit about each of us about why we like certain,
Yeah, absolutely.
underwear-clad characters.
Yes.
Why is this not compelling to you? Anyway, first pick in today's Daily Draft.
Yes.
I will take it.
Yes.
Since you're the expert.
Yeah.
I want my number one.
Okay.
And to me, it's the greatest wrestler of all time, the greatest character of all time. And there's one thing that I loved about The Rock more than anything else. That dude could sell with the best of
Oh,
it.
yeah.
And I think that's the thing that ticks me off about this generation.
Yeah.
Every time I turn it on, I never see them selling well.
Yeah.
Nobody's selling the moves as well as they used to.
It's
just jerky and
well,
it's not as smooth
you
as
can
it
hit
used to be.
6 finishers in one match, and they pop up
Which
from
is
every one of
crazy.
them.
Which is crazy.
But if you smell, you know what I mean, like The Rock. Excellent choice.
Nobody had the personality. Nobody had the charisma, the athleticism. He was the total package, and that's why he ruled the WWE for so long.
There is, yes. Okay, my number one. You can't have a War Games without the greatest of all time.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be Ric Flair. 100%. 100%. There is no War Games without Ric Flair. Hell, if I could pick the 4 horsemen in one pick, I'd pick them all right now.
Your name's not on that door, and I'm not letting you do that.
Just the 4 horsemen, Ric Flair, just the great. Towards the end when he kept wrestling and doing things, but I thought if he would have just ended his career with the Shawn Michaels farewell match, which was awesome. When he's telling him he loves you and kick him in the face afterwards, that's where it's got to go.
Yeah.
And since I get another pick, glass shattering, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and let's go. Come on now. What? Let's go.
Yeah. That's
it's
a good one. He was a big name. He was a great character.
Barring knee injuries, barring neck injuries, all the things he did, that dude took this sport entertainment to another level.
And then, in a cage match type environment, you need a brawler.
Yeah. I got the greatest of all time and, pretty up there.
Okay. We're in a cage, right?
We're encased in the cage.
Okay. We're encased in a cage here. So I feel like my next 2 choices are lined out for me.
Okay.
There's a roof on it?
Yes, there's a roof on it.
I'm going Undertaker.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't get away. You can't get away from me, and of course, everybody remembers the Hell in the Cell.
Listen, I mean, Undertaker is possibly the greatest of all time when it comes down to it. The longevity, the able to switch characters. He went from the real Undertaker to Paul Bearer to the
biker,
the American Badass, back to the Undertaker, back to all these. I mean, he just went full on in every single match he put on. The matches between him and Shawn Michaels and him and Triple H at WrestleMania are some of the greatest of all time, period. But yeah, you can't go wrong with that pick at all.
And my next selection is Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, I mean, the Heartbreak Kid. I mean, he's awesome. He took time off, neck injury, came back even better. Was kind of a dick. Everybody knew it. Oh yeah.
Yeah. He was so good in the ring. The persona, again, with the athleticism, and even when the back injury started piling up on him, he went and he changed his game.
Yeah.
He changed his game, and he was able to work through it.
But he's still the Heartbreak Kid.
No doubt.
You think I'm cute. You know I'm sexy. Got the moves.
You just want to see him come out one more time in that chainmail outfit.
It is what it is.
But another one that had great matches.
Yeah.
With a cage involved.
Yeah.
The Undertaker match was amazing.
Oh, of course. I mean, those 2 send off of the end of an era kind of matches were just amazing. His ladder match with Razor Ramon was
I still watch
the first
it
ladder match. Yeah, it's amazing. It's there. So it's my next 2 picks here, huh?
Yeah.
So again, I don't feel like you can have a War Games without, having, the Dusty Road, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes coming in. Now listen, these War Games, you're talking about War Games, we're talking about these two, Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes, they were part of this all the time. They know how to do this.
And you go put them on the same team.
Son of a plumber, baby. He's back in there. You know what I'm saying?
That's a heck of a plot twist to put them on the same team.
Man, you got to put them on the same team. They at some points they did get together. You know what I mean? But yeah, again, you can't have War Games without those two in there.
But does Dusty Rhodes? Do you honestly have him that high on your all-time list?
I do.
I don't know. I mean, he was a good character for the 1980s. He was an awesome, he was an awesome face to what they were trying their damnedest to make the Four Horsemen the heel of all heels.
Yes.
They still never really succeeded in that because you had so many people that liked Rick and that liked the Enforcer and all of that. But Dusty, to me, he feels like a guy that if he was in the game today, he wouldn't be much. He'd be maybe a Chris Owens.
There's a guy,
right?
No, there's guys that he could talk, and that's the thing. There's also, I think WWE did him wrong and put him in polka dots and all that kind of stuff. But there's also a part of me like that knows what he's done for this new generation too. Like they all give him respect. Like he was in, all the onset of these OVWs and all these kind of things. He was there. I mean, he is. When it came down to it, he's great, one of the greatest of all time. I love him. And again, I feel like it's hard to have these War Games picks because really, realistically, the War Games thing started in the NWA, WCW kind of years, and they moved it into the WWE. And I mean, when it came down to it, these two are in that kind of category. This gets a little bit tough. I'm gonna have to pick Triple H.
Okay.
The Game is the cerebral assassin.
It's the first power move you've made.
Yeah.
I mean, you just got Dirty Player in the game. You got Scrapper in Stone Cold. You got the Scrapper in Dusty Rhodes. Now you've added a little beef to the team.
Yep. I Triple H is when it comes down to it, is still one of the best of all time. He's won 14 championships. He defined an era. He took over DX and made it even better after Shawn Michaels left. I thought that version of DX was much better than the original version. It was awesome. Them being on a tank going into WCW is crazy. Him coming back from his surgeries and what happened when he came back. Just the multitude of things that he's done. Having Lemmy from Motorhead sing his entrance song, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, Triple H is there.
Have you noticed much of a difference now that he's taken the official reins of creative control?
As soon as it happened, I knew it was going to be a different story. I mean, there's already people that are talking about being able to come back and being, that have left and are going to come back, and because they're Triple H knows what he's doing.
Okay.
We're going to see a much better product from the WWE.
Okay. I'm going to see your Triple H.
Okay.
With a little bit of beef myself.
Okay.
I mean, I have the Undertaker, who is the king of guys that you wouldn't want to be locked in a cage with. I've got The Rock and Shawn Michaels. They're kind of they're the athletic, pretty faces, the charisma that we're going to have building with this team. They're going to do all of the promos leading up to the War Games event. Undertaker's back in the background, along with his enforcer, who is going to be Brock Lesnar.
Oh, my God. That's such a good choice. I didn't even think about that.
Think of how many guys in the pantheon of time, not just WWE time, but the pantheon of all time. How many guys would you want to be locked in a cage with more?
Yeah.
Or less than Brock Lesnar?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there anybody that you could tell me that you would like less being locked in a cage with him than Brock Lesnar in a fight?
No, that's who it is.
I fully respect guys who had success in combat sports before they got into the WWE.
He was WWE. Well, I mean, he was a wrestler.
He was a wrestler. That's what I'm talking. He was a wrestler. I wasn't talking to UFC. I know what you were talking.
Yeah.
No, I respect guys. Kurt Angle, he was another one of my all-time favorites because he was able to win at an Olympic level at the real sport that this is based on.
Mm-hmm.
I give you respect for that. The fact that Brock was a beast before he came into the WWE, was a beast here, went on to be a UFC champion, then came back, and of course he's still doing matches and probably will be back in WrestleMania again.
At some point, yes, for sure. Absolutely.
I wasn't wild about his character, so to speak. I mean, like Mike skills and stuff like that, he didn't have any of that.
Well, that's why he said Heyman. That's why he had Heyman. He didn't need it.
He didn't need it.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the most feared guys in the business.
Yep.
And I will feel awful if I don't take this guy and let you have him. He was my favorite wrestler growing up as a kid. And yes, it's Flat Top Sting and not the Crow Sting. Steve Borden, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. You can have old Stinger.
What?
Yeah, you can have the old Stinger.
What? Are you crazy?
I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
What is your problem with
I don't
Sting?
have any problem with Icon Sting. I just, I think, he's pretty good. I know. I know. And you can't have War Games without Sting either.
Are you about to say he's overrated?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
He's still an icon.
Thank you.
Come on now.
I thought we were going to have to fight on that.
No, definitely not going to have to fight. So is your team rounded out?
We get one extra pick.
Okay.
So you got 2 picks here. Me and Jeremy usually call this the UDFA.
Okay.
The undrafted free agent, but actually what we're going to call this is going to be your interruption.
So
you get one guy or gal or whoever to run in during the match.
So what's my team so far?
So your team is Ric Flair.
Yep.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yep.
Dusty Rhodes.
Yep.
Triple H.
Yep.
Your 5th member is your next pick.
Is going to be the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns.
Ooh.
Roman Reigns has been the champion for 1,300, almost 1,300 consecutive days. He's going to be facing The Rock at WrestleMania, which will be the most watched WrestleMania of all time. It'll be amazing. They're from the same family. I was not that big of a huge Roman Reigns fan earlier. I am a huge fan of the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns. Him turning heel and doing this has been some of the best storylines that we've had. It does get a little bit, having people run in all the time, but that's been the story forever. When someone is in some sort of group and this kind of thing, it's going to happen. Mm-hmm. That's what it goes. There just hasn't been anybody take them over yet.
I was going to say, how many DX matches got interrupted?
I mean, come on. It's like, exactly. But, it's going to have to come to an end at some point.
Mm-hmm.
It's been real close a couple different times where I've thought it was going to change, and it hasn't. And I don't think The Rock's going to beat him at WrestleMania because that would mean he's the champion. And so, things can happen.
I think you should have The Rock beat him, and then The Rock just gives up the belt.
Yeah.
And then you have you have the Ultimate Championship or whatever. You have the tournament.
Yeah.
The King of the Ring is now the championship or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do they even do King of the Ring anymore?
Yeah. It's so bad. Like they did it off screen. Like they didn't even have it. Like,
oh God, they're doing it at house shows now?
They had a King of the Ring recently. It was like last year. That was like, I think Bad News Barrett was like the last winner of it. I haven't seen it since then. But
I don't even know who that is.
I know.
I've never even heard that name.
Wade Barrett. He was part of the Nexus.
Don't even know what that is.
Yeah, he's now an announcer on NXT. But I'm building some old with some new. With Roman Reigns in there, and then for someone who's going to run in, the ultimate opportunist.
Mm-hmm.
That lives right here in Asheville, North Carolina.
Oh.
We're going Edge, baby. The rated R superstar.
I don't like that at all.
Of anybody to be the run-in. It's the ultimate opportunist. The guy that would just, take advantage of every little aspect to get his titles, to do what he had to do. And him coming back him entering the Royal Rumble was one of the greatest scenes in the history of the wrestling business. Him doing and just seeing the kind of tears in his eyes coming out for that first time and the crowd reaction to that, one of the biggest pops in the history. And I marked out when I saw that, for sure.
Final selection here for your man. That was such a good pick. That was so good. Yeah, I wanted that. I've got some suggestions here in the comments. Kurt Angle, John Cena, Big Papa Pump.
Yeah, nah.
No, not going Scott Steiner. Gilbert, not a fan.
Gilbert.
Lex Luger, not a bad selection in his prime. Guy was a dude. Hubert Quain says I better pick Randy Orton.
Man, RKO out of nowhere, baby.
He was really good.
He is really good. He's still wrestling.
He's really good. He's really good.
Yeah.
But if I'm bringing one guy to a cage match, I'm bringing the guy that's bringing all the weapons.
Yeah.
It's Raven.
Raven.
Yes, I'm taking the whole Ravens flock, and you're out. I get Perry Saturn and Billy Kidman and
my dear Lord in heaven. If you're going to pick someone, you don't pick Mick Foley to bring in weapons.
Nope.
You bring in Raven.
Raven was better.
And I declare myself
you did.
by
won.
fault the winner.
Congratulations.
Of this because of
Congratulations,
that
you win. Tank puts it all the time.
But hey, man, Raven. Who's better than Raven? You know what I mean?
Raven.
I loved him. Loved him.
Oh, it was great.
That Ravens flock stuff
that
was
weapons
real good.
match that he had with Tommy Dreamer.
Oh, good God.
Where they just filled the ring with all of the chairs and the signs and the light bulbs. It
was crazy. It was crazy.
Insane.
That whole storyline was crazy. Because
of course, you'd never get The Rock to go with it.
Yeah, they had the storyline forever. I mean, because Tommy Dreamer wasn't even Tommy Dreamer at that point, you know, when they all talked about how they were together in the school and he could never beat him, and then finally Raven leaves to go to WCW and Tommy Dreamer finally beats him, and that was a great storyline.
Yeah. Hubert Queen, that would have been a good one too. Sandman.
Oh God, yeah.
I had considered New Jack, but I thought that might be too deep diving. That might be too deep diving.
Yeah.
So I went with Raven there instead as the face of ECW because that's the Raven that I remember.
Yeah.
It's the ECW Raven, not the weird toned down version that they had in WCW in the late years, and then especially when they went over to WWE. All right, so War Games teams. I have The Rock, Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, Brock Lesnar, Sting, and Raven.
Yes.
Bringing the weapons. He went Ric Flair, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Dusty Rhodes, Triple H, Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
I almost called him Raymond Reigns. And Edge.
Yeah.
I feel like you won. You can fire away in the comments with more of the memories down the walk of memory lane in WWE land. Just wanted to throw that out there. We'll continue with Power Rankings Tuesday with the low lows, whose fan bases are just sitting here going, what are we doing? And are we ever getting out of this quagmire? Plus, we'll check in and see if there's any breaking news around the NFL world.
This report is sponsored by Publix Supermarkets. Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special tool you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-374-2103. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-374-2103 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-374-2103. 800-374-2103. 800-374-2103.
I'm starting the new year by making my home feel like new with the advanced cleaning of Zero Raz. Take advantage of their New Year's sale. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $119. And when you mention ESPN Asheville, you'll get a hallway clean for free. Schedule online at ZeroResAsheville.com.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. When exploring outdoor areas like local parks or a historic urban neighborhood this spring, be sure to recreate responsibly to protect yourself and the environment. Check the open status of a place before you visit, be respectful of others, and dispose of waste properly. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like Big Game Tailgate Party and more. iHeartRadio has the perfect soundtrack for your pregame party, whether it's just you or a block party for the entire neighborhood. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Tailgate, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Running a small business is no small task. At Home Trust Bank, we work hard to prepare businesses for whatever tomorrow may bring. Your dreams are our business, and we have local experts who can help you plan for a successful future. Dependable guidance you need, and service you'll appreciate. At Home Trust Bank, we take your small business banking personally. Visit your local Home Trust branch or anytime at htb.com. Member FDIC.
If cleanliness is next to godliness, look around the car right now. Is that very godly? Look, life comes at you fast, but so does WNC Auto Detailing. They have the tools to make your interior look like it's coming off the showroom floor. You don't believe me? Check them out on Instagram. All that filth and years of stains disappear. WNC Auto Detailing does full interior and exterior details with paint correction, and they do wax and ceramic coatings. Call WNC Auto Detailing at 455-3700. Premium care with a Southern hospitality touch.
If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate in the mountains, you need to call the agents at Clarissa Sells WNC, brokered by eXp Realty. Check us out online at clarissasellswnc.com. Download our free app on Google Play or the App Store. Type in Asheville Home Search. You'll be able to connect with our team and see all the available homes for sale in our area. For more information, contact us today at 828-774-6343 or clarissasellswnc@gmail.com.
We're back at the Sportsocracy on ESPN Asheville, 92.9 FM, 880 AM and 1400. Back to the football after our little wrestling fun there. Carolina Panthers, they have a new offensive coordinator. And it's Brad Idzik. He's the wide receivers coach under Dave Canales with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this past season. Dave Canales comes over to be the head coach. He'll bring along Idzik to be the offensive coordinator. And Brad Idzik, best known for grooming receivers.
Yeah.
Developing wide receivers. Obviously, he had Tyler Lockett in Seattle. DK Metcalf, he was there when they drafted him and brought him along. Tampa, you don't really get much credit for those receivers. I mean, Palmer.
Yeah.
Trey Palmer, he was decent. He was a little rookie that he, is the only example that you have because you came in with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
You didn't have to do much.
Exactly. You didn't really have to do much. So this is a tandem thing. Coaching jobs are a lot about who you know.
Yeah.
Who you know and what's your availability.
Obviously, Canales looks at him as someone, or maybe was working with him together, and maybe, this is...
I still just keep looking at this going, do we want to do, or are we happy with Seattle Seahawks East? With Dan Morgan at the top as the GM, now we've gone right back down the path of a head coach from Seattle and Dave Canales, and he's bringing his guys. And I get this is how this works. The Atlanta Falcons just did the same thing with L.A.
Yeah.
Raheem Morris comes in to be the head coach. He was the defensive coordinator in L.A. under Sean McVay. Well, guess what? He's bringing Zach Robinson, the OC, with him. He's also bringing along former Washington head coach, or University of Washington head coach, Jimmy Lake, who was the assistant head coach under Sean McVay last year. So he's bringing all of McVay's staff with him to Atlanta. I do want a cohesive group. I guess I don't really care where it comes from, and you could choose worse places than Seattle. It's just unfortunate that they're all connected to the same place that the guy I just fired was connected to. These are all Scott Fitterer's guys.
Yes.
Fitterer brought in Morgan.
Yes.
And so now Morgan's going to bring in guys that also worked with Fed.
It just seems like we're doing the same thing over again here.
Right. Hence why we haven't talked about the Carolina Panthers fans yet and where you're at with your excitement.
I think we all know where they're going to be.
It's going to be a little while before we get to you here. When we come back from the break, it'll be time for the most important message of the day, and we'll continue with the power rankings, the low lows. We'll give you the final 12 teams here in this week's power ranking, your fan excitement level, where Brian Haynes and myself feel you should be.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Getting into the Tuesday afternoon forecast with sunshine. I see too many changes here from what I was thinking earlier, about 50 degrees. Then later tonight, we'll start to see some rain showers with some wet snow. Higher elevations, probably going to see more snow. 34 degrees, and yes, somebody will be close to freezing. So travel cautiously with elevation late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Even here, we could see some snow showers, but no accumulation. Then some sun tomorrow afternoon, highs in the low 40s. From the Weather Channel, I'm Ray Stajic.
This report is sponsored by Publix Supermarkets. Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Did you know that Ingles sells more organics than any other store? Or that they run their own dairy? Or that they only serve USDA choice and prime meat? Did you know that they have more local craft beer than any place else? Or that they have Energy Smart stores? Or that they professionally slice and package imported cheese from Europe? Did you know about their giant international aisle, local farm partnerships, curbside pickup, wine department? Or that they donate 3,956 meals a day to local food banks? Well, now you do. It's all in the bag. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate in the mountains, you need to call the agents at Clarissa Sells WNC, brokered by eXp Realty. Check us out online at clarissasellswnc.com. And did I mention that Clarissa Sells WNC loves teachers? We love teachers so much, we're giving back 25% of our commission at closing. For more information, contact us today at 828-774-6343 or clarissasellswnc@gmail.com.
Showtime Sports and Mountain Graphics have teamed up under new ownership by an Asheville native to better serve our community with the finest custom apparel and unique branded items at the best price. Showtime Sports and Mountain Graphics can customize whatever you, your team, business, or local group may need through high-quality screen printing, embroidery, and laser engraving right here in Asheville. Free personal delivery within Buncombe County and a reduced delivery fee anywhere in Western North Carolina. Visit ShowtimeSportsAVL.com and MountainGraphicsAVL.com. Your one-stop custom apparel shops.
We're back counting down to kickoff. Let's look at today's 3 keys to premium pre-gaming with Beast Unleashed, presented by Monster Brewing. Number 1, beat the heat.
Unleash the beast with bold, familiar flavors, 0 caffeine, and 0 sugar.
Number 2, running the option.
There's 4 to choose from: White Haze, Peach Perfect, Scary Berries, and my personal favorite, Mean Green.
And number 3, at 6% ABV, Max Protect.
Always drink responsibly, and you must be 21 or over.
Beast Unleashed, available at your local retailer. It is the Sportsocracy live in the Ingles studio, and it is time for the most important message of the day.
Don't do crimes!
You turned it up like an octave on that one. I liked it. It is time to tell you, well, to avoid all of the crimes. Let's go to Memphis, Tennessee. A lot of crimes there. I used to live there. Trust me, I know. Well, a guy goes in, and he needs a car.
Uh-huh.
So, as any good criminal would do, I need a car, so I'm going to steal one. He went to the dealership, went straight to the source for this one. He goes to steal the car on Friday. 26-year-old Joshua Garvins. He's been charged. He was caught facing charges of aggravated robbery, where he went to the Champion Auto Sales in Memphis. An employee at the dealership was trying to sell the vehicle to Garvins. He took him on a test drive, and Then he says the guy started acting peculiar as the employee got out of the car.
Uh-huh.
He demanded the keys. The employee refused to hand over the keys. Garvin's allegedly threatened to kill him. The two got into a physical altercation during which the suspect pulled out a gun. The gun comes out. Okay, now you can have the keys.
Yeah.
I'm good. So he didn't give them up immediately. They wrestled a little bit over control of the gun, and that's when shots were fired.
Oh, boy.
He shot himself in the neck. The Garvin's guy shot himself in the neck trying to steal a car.
Yeah.
Let's go, karma. Thank you.
Wouldn't this guy have had to put his driver's license down just to go on a test drive?
Shot himself in the neck, ran off, didn't get too far, obviously, because, well,
yeah,
I'm shot in the neck.
Yeah, you got a freaking dart in your neck, man.
The employee of the dealership was not injured.
Thank God.
Thankfully, it was only the DA of the day trying to steal the car.
Yeah.
Shot himself.
Yeah. Well, this one is weird coming out of Florida. You know, there was a guy named Johnny Yates. He was wanted by the police in Lakeland, Florida for aggravated battery, false imprisonment, and tampering charges. So, you know, they've got a tip on, you know, that he was at this home. So the police show up to find this, where they find a dry erase board in the window that says, Johnny Yates does not live here. So
good for you, Johnny.
So, you know, that obviously threw the cops off. They're like, oh, he doesn't live here. We got to turn around. We got the wrong house. No, that's not what happened. Well, after, you know, a certain individual one person came out, they said, yeah, he's in there, obviously, after they saw the insurmountable amount of police and SWAT teams and such in there. Well, it just didn't quite give up so easily, even after 2 full things of surrender smoke was thrown into the house. Another 4 people come out, no Johnny Yates. Maybe they're starting to believe, hey, maybe Johnny Yates isn't here. You know, the dry erase board told us that, but, you know, no. They finally enter the home, and he was in, he had modified some chest drawers and was hiding in said chest drawers. And he ended up obviously being apprehended. But word to the wise, probably not just go ahead and throwing a dry erase board out there and saying that you're not living here. It's not going to be thrown off the scent of the police officers.
It seems like it's a bit of a...
Only in Florida. Wow. Only in Florida.
When it was written on you said it was written on a dry erase board. I thought that's something Jeremy would do. He's got so many dry erase boards. He'll just start to throw you off the scent.
Want to throw you off from the scent of the cops. Oh, it's on a dry erase board. Must not be here. Come on, guys. We got the wrong tip here.
You're in the Sportsocracy. This is ESPN Asheville. It's time to talk about the low lows. This is the fan excitement power ranking for today's Power Rankings Tuesday. We did the high highs.
Yep.
Gave you all the fan bases that have a lot of hope going into next year. The Chiefs and the 49ers are up there. The Lions got a bump mid-show as Ben Johnson has decided not to take the head coaching job with the Washington Commanders, and he'll be staying in Detroit for a little while. We've had the Ravens and the Bengals and the Rams and the Browns and the Packers and the Chargers. Those were all at the top.
Yep.
Our mids, the Jets, the Colts, the Bills, Jaguars, Dolphins, Cowboys, Eagles, Bears, Cardinals, Commanders. Those last 3 were important or stood out to me because I wanted to have them higher, but I still feel like even with the draft picks, there should be some iffy feelings about those teams. And then this is where we get into the bottom of where I don't really know how excited you should be. And some of them, I don't know how you're still fans of the team. We'll go at number 21, Las Vegas Raiders. You pulled back when I had them this high.
Yes. I am not I am kind of on the tank train of.
He's like, I'm a fellow hater tank.
I'm a fellow. I don't see what are you gonna do? Where are you like? Aiden O'Connell is your quarterback unless somehow you get Garoppolo and then he gets hurt again and you're in the same position. Yes, you have Devontae Adams. Yes, you have Josh Jacobs. Yes, you have Max Crosby. You got decent offensive line. What do you? Yeah, I think Jacoby Myers probably took a step up. I think you got some young pieces.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. I don't know where you're going.
I have never doubted that there's talent on this team.
Here's
the thing that I have always doubted about this team is the way that it's built from the top down.
Mm-hmm. I'm
never going to trust old Floby.
Oh, Mark Davis.
He's terrible.
Yeah.
I'm never going to trust him.
Mm-hmm.
Or until I do, I guess.
Yeah.
Because he's brought in Tom Telesco, and that's a guy I really love.
Yep.
I like the talent that he was able to put together in Los Angeles for the Chargers. It got to the point where they had to make a change, and I think they did a great job hiring for the Baltimore Ravens. We talked about that earlier in the program. But the Chargers, I don't know, to me, you've got a lot of hope that things are changing. You bring in Tom Telesco. Antonio Pierce seems to be the guy that has the culture set right. He's got the momentum. He's got that rah-rah attitude.
They did the one thing that they should have done and hired him. If they did not hire him, I would have been like, yeah, they could have been. That would have been even lower on the list of things right there. They got the hire right.
Mm-hmm. So what you surround him with, Patrick Graham will still be around doing the defense, I guess, and now we need an offensive coordinator. I feel like there is some hope there. Things are shifting.
Yes.
Now let's go to number 22. That's the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't know how excited you can be. I like the fact that you're settling everything as far as the coach is concerned. They came out yesterday and said Mike is our guy. Okay. But it's time to win playoff games, and Kenny Pickett sucks. That's what I took away from the rest of that press conference.
The way that I look at this is, how much hope can you be when you know that you're going to win 9 or 10 games, just miss or make the playoffs and lose and pick 20-something in the draft?
Mm-hmm.
That's just where this team has been forever. It's been a pretty long time since Tomlin won that Super Bowl. And yes, the guy never has a losing season. But again, it comes down to the thing where
yes, it's a winning season, but how many winning seasons are really important, right? When they're just 9-8.
For fans, I guess it's something about, that you're constantly in it and you're constantly possibly in the playoffs. There's the thing. But there's got to be a no, and as a fan, you got to know for sure that you're not winning a Super Bowl, right? I mean, you can't go into every season knowing you're going to be 10 and 9, 10 and 8 or 9 and 8. I mean, it's tough. You get into that thing where would you rather be really, really bad, mid, or really good? I mean, I don't think you can end up being really, really good unless you're really, really bad at some points in this day and age.
And today they announced that they are hiring Arthur Smith, the former Atlanta Falcons head coach, as the new offensive coordinator. So he takes over for Matt Canada, who they fired mid-season. Is he the one to get the most out of Kenny Pickett, or are you fully on the quarterback market? Yeah. I feel like you got to be in the market. There was no we're committed to Kenny yesterday.
Mm-mm.
It was Kenny knows he's not good enough. He knows this is not good enough, and we're going to make decisions that put us on a path to win playoff games. Kenny knows that he's got one shot, if that. They would decide that they need to go out and get a quarterback this offseason, whether it be a veteran like Russell Wilson or Baker Mayfield or Kirk Cousins or whoever.
He keeps saying Baker like Tampa's getting rid of Baker.
I'm hoping someone's going to outbid us for him, okay? Just let me have it. He's officially a free agent, and you know what? Until that's signed, I hope someone takes him away from us. But Pittsburgh Steelers, how excited can you be when you keep just having mediocre seasons?
Yep.
Number 23, number 24, number 25.
Yeah.
It's the NFC South, not named the Carolina Panthers.
Yes.
It's the Bucs, the Saints, and the Falcons. I know there are some Bucs fans. My dad, I know I'm going to get a text message in 10 seconds. Oh, my God, you can't be. We should be number 5, or we shouldn't be number 1. No, sir. And the Bucs and the Saints and the Falcons all continue to be in the same little
I swear to God, the next three
realm of
I
mediocrity.
see the next 3 years being exactly like this year's was. I do. I see the next 3 years being the battle for who wins this division and being that one of the they won the division. That's exactly where I see it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a team winning more than 10 games. I see them battling each other for the next 3 years to see who wins the thing, while the Panthers are just the Panthers.
Yeah.
Because it's not getting any better.
Now, could it get better for the Falcons? I feel like they might have more hope than anybody else out of this because they just got a new head coach. They've got a new regime coming in. Hopefully, this one is smarter than the last, 5 head coaching hires that you've made.
Do you
but the
have
Bucs
a quarterback?
are stuck and the Saints are stuck.
Yeah, I don't know. Dennis Allen's coming back for the Saints. That's just goes on the top of the list of what are you doing? Almost like, the slap my head emoji dude thing. That's what I feel like is for all 3 of these teams.
Mm-hmm. Andreas Pinckney, Saints fan, he says, I'm happy that Dennis Allen will get fired next year.
Yeah.
It's got to come at some point. We expected maybe it would happen this year, but it's definitely going to happen next year if you can't win this division, although with them bringing John Gruden into the fold down there in New Orleans.
Oh, dear Lord.
I wonder how much that's going to help. Will the offense get better? Will he be able to help with Derek Carr?
Who knows?
He's got a history with him in Las Vegas.
Yep. How'd that go?
I think it went fine until it didn't, right? Until it all went off the rails and he got kicked out of the league.
Well,
it was going okay, I guess. Number 26, Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah. I know that
and
seems
Jeremy, I could just imagine he would flip his top if he was in here right now because I think he still believes a bit in this team. And I'm not saying I don't, but are you feeling comfortable with how this has gone down, with the transition from Pete to whatever's going to come?
I feel like they haven't had – you still don't have a coach.
I'm keeping – right, and this is part of why this one's like in flux.
Yeah.
This one's sitting here until I figure out what you're going to do with your head coaching position.
And this is one that could be extremely much higher. I know it can, and I know it seems low, but I just look at – you have Geno Smith as your quarterback. You paid him how much money?
Oh, it was $27 a year,
which is not too bad.
Something like that.
I feel like I just don't know the future and what direction you're going in post Pete Carroll. You don't even have a coach yet. You haven't made a decision. I mean, a lot of things pointing towards Mike McDonald or something along those lines. I don't know where you're going. And so here we are.
I'll be surprised if it's not a defensive coach. The top of their list was like 6 defensive coaches and 2 offensive guys.
Yeah, and I look at these. I'm almost lumping them into the whole NFC South and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You think they're that far away?
Yeah.
Seahawks coming in at number 26. Number 27, Tennessee Titans. Brian Callahan was a good hire. I like that move. You've got the quarterback. I think you do. I think Will Levis is a capable quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a superstar. I don't think he's ever going to be on that level. But I think he could be an okay option. Like in the realm of a Kirk Cousins, Matthew Stafford before the championship. Derek Carr, I think he could fit right in that little category.
He's got the number 7 pick. I feel like you have to get a wide receiver. I mean, you have to.
They will in the draft, but I'm targeting offensive line immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's tough to have a team this low when you got a top 10 pick, but you also have, there's a lot of
there's a lot of unknowns. It's a brand new culture, brand new schemes, everything. You're going to have to retool. And I don't know what's left. I mean, if Brian Callahan brings in T. Higgins, now we've gone up a couple of spots on the power ranking here. the fan excitement turns up. But as it is right now, you've got an unproven first-year head coach, an aged running back that I don't even think is going to be back.
I mean, he's a free agent. I don't think he's going to get much money anywhere just because, but
Dallas Cowboys.
I mean,
that screams like a desperation Dallas Cowboys move to me.
Without a shot. I'm surprised it didn't happen at the trade deadline. I was really surprised about that.
But the Tennessee Titans, there's a lot of questions revolving around that team.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's take a break, and then we'll come back. We'll give you the final five. Up next, the low of the lows.
Oh, boy.
Still haven't talked about your team yet.
I know.
You're in the Sportsocracy. This is ESPN Asheville.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-803-5505 to speak to an expert. That's 800-803-5505.
After years of discomfort, it's like I'm alive again.
Sonia Hackett talks about how QC Kinetics changed her life.
QC Kinetics has given me my quality of life back.
Before QC Kinetics, Sonia suffered from horrible knee and back pain stemming from a car accident.
I was wearing knee braces just to try to maneuver around.
Sonia hated the idea of pain meds, and surgery seemed too risky. So she turned to the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics, the leaders in advanced regenerative medicine.
That consultation just changed my life. I can do the treadmill, everything. I don't have anything holding me back. The quality of life is pain-free. QC Kinetics has made us very happy.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
I'm going to get emotional again. They are like family members to me. They care.
Call QC Kinetics now.
Call QC Kinetics. 828-333-9517. That's 828-333-9517. 828-333-9517.
At Ingalls, we're proud to work with hundreds of local farms and businesses in the communities we call home. Not only does it ensure that you get top quality fresh items for your family table, it's a way for us to support the amazing individuals who pour their heart and soul into delivering the very best they can do. Quality, freshness, community, it's all in the bag. Ingalls, low prices, love the savings.
The best season of the year is here.
Tailgate season.
Monster Brewing presents this season's MVP.
The Beast Unleashed.
With 4 bold, familiar flavors.
With 0 caffeine and 0 sugar.
Beast Unleashed is your new pregame ritual.
With White Haze, Mean Green, Peach Perfect, and Scary Berries, there's a flavor for every fan. The Beast Unleashed.
6% alcohol by volume. Unleashed responsibly. Must be 21 or over. Beast Unleashed. Available at your local retailer.
The Sportsocracy.
Hello, everybody. This is good old JR Jim Ross, WWE Hall of Famer. Boy, these boys are smart. You talk about goofier than a pet coon. Let me tell you something. This show is a legitimate slobber knocker.
I had to put that in.
You gotta love OJR, man. The old slobber knocker.
I had to get the JR reference in there for Brian Haynes, sitting in for Flosstradamus Jeremy Greene, who is, of course, down at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. Had a conversation with him at the top of the 1 o'clock hour about things that he's seeing down there. He said he's gonna have some content coming out tonight. He'll be doing a live from the hotel room down in Mobile. All of the thoughts that he had on day 1 of the practices for the Reese's Senior Bowl.
You really think that he's going to have some...
we'll see.
He will. We'll
see.
It depends on how
He's
many
definitely
domestics
got
he
all
have
the
at-
notes.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's got all the notes. Whether or not he will be sober enough to make all the bells and whistles work, he can figure out how to do it from home. I'm pretty sure he can figure out how to do it from a hotel room.
absolutely. I know that. He can figure anything out when it comes to that stuff.
Exactly. He was able to teach me how to get our images on the screen and audio to you on the YouTube.
Yeah.
While he's gone, and I thank him for that.
Yes.
And so far, it has worked out. All right, the final 5 of the lows of the power rankings here on a Power Rankings Tuesday. This is how the fans should feel going into this next season. At number 28, Minnesota Vikings. How you feeling right now?
I don't know what the heck you're going to do. Are you bringing back Kirk Cousins and running rinse, relather? I mean, like...
I got Justin Jefferson, and that's the best thing I got looking forward to.
You got 2 really good young wide receivers.
But right now, this is Justin's team, and I need him to have a quarterback, but I'm not sure if I want to invest any more in Kirk Cousins, who's not going to take us much further, or if I just want to start the clock on maybe not a rookie, but a younger guy in some fashion. Who knows?
I don't know what you're going to do.
Number 29, the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. What are you doing? Who's your quarterback? What is Sean Payton doing?
I guess there's something to be said for the trust in Sean Payton. They
Yeah.
were better this year than I thought they would be. He had them playing pretty well, I mean, despite the fact that they had major talent issues.
And you pulled the ripcord right away. He said, I don't need to do this with Russell. I don't care what
Getting
we pay
out
him.
from
I
under
don't
it.
care what we have to pay. You go.
Yep, getting out from under it one way or another. We'll take the hit. Doesn't matter. We're moving on.
Yep.
What you're going to do, I don't know. And the fans have to have some trust there, but you can't feel great.
Nope.
New England Patriots at number 30.
Listen, no more Bill.
No more Bill, and you're handing it to Gerard. I can feel excited about that in some respects, but this is still a long process.
You have a number 3 pick. You know you're getting one of the 3 quarterbacks. If any of these 3 quarterbacks are going to be any good, it remains to be seen. You know, there's always a couple that make it and a couple that don't. And again, no more Bill. It's weird. You're in a new era. Is there much hope?
I think you'll always have hope, but it's not like it used to be.
Yep.
This is going to be rocky for a little while.
Yeah.
And I don't see how you can be real pleased with where you sit right now and going into the unknowns of a world without Bill Belichick. Number 31.
Oh, boy.
It's the New York Football Giants.
This makes me so sad, but it's so true. We have to pay Daniel Jones for 1 more year. What happened with everything in coaching? Dayball promised Martindale that these 2 guys are not getting fired, and a week later they got fired, and Martindale just walks out the door.
Yep.
Hasn't spoken to anybody from the New York Giants since, has not returned a single phone call. What's happening? Where are we going? Now we have the number 6 pick in the draft. Hopefully we can get like Neighbors. We need a wide receiver. I do like Wan'Dale Robinson.
Are you sure that's not the last need you need?
Oh, we need a wide receiver.
We need a wide receiver bad.
This is not that. We need one bad.
Yep. All right, and then the only thing that differentiates you from the team at number 32 is the fact that you do have the number 6 overall pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Number 32 is the Carolina Panthers. Can't be excited right now. I mean, you could be hopeful. There's a difference between hopeful and excited. I'm not excited to see where this is going. I'm not excited to see what future success is going to come out of this god-awful place we're in. I'm hopeful.
I
but
feel
I'm
like
not
the
excited.
Panthers are the expansion team from 1995 all over again. Like, seriously. Like, you just traded away your entire future for this quarterback. And it remains to be seen if he's anything, but I don't know where we're going there.
No, Carolina Panthers, number 32. Hopefully that will change, but it ain't changing anytime soon. You're in the Sportsocracy, and this is ESPN Asheville, and we will see you next time.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Getting into the Tuesday afternoon forecast with sunshine. Don't see too many changes here from what I was thinking earlier, about 50 degrees. And later tonight, we'll start to see some rain showers with some wet snow. Higher elevations, probably going to see more snow. 34 degrees, and yes, somebody will be close to freezing. So travel cautiously with elevation late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Even here, we could see some snow showers, but no accumulation. Then some sun tomorrow afternoon.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like Big Game Tailgate Party and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Tailgate, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Progressive asks, what do a slow Friday night, bored teenage boys,
I'm bored,
a pack of fireworks,
this is gonna be awesome,
and a teetering branch suspended over your car have in common?
Look out!
They can quickly wreak havoc on your slow Friday night.
Uh-oh.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for great savings and round-the-clock protection.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From the Ingalls Studios, this is ESPN Asheville, WPEK, W225CJ Fairview, WMXF Waynesville, and iHeart Radio Station. Fairview, WMXF Waynesville, and iHeart Radio Station.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now.
Log on now to ESPNAVL.com.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Fast-moving Clipper front down from Canada coming to Asheville tonight. Some higher elevation light snows and a sprinkle or two at the valley floor tonight. We're in the mid-30s here downtown Asheville, but the higher elevations below freezing tonight. Morning clouds Wednesday, afternoon sunshine, high 41 degrees. 50s and 60s come back into the forecast for early February for Thursday and Friday here. 60 degrees Friday. I'm meteorologist Scott Lauriamore. That's the latest Weather Channel forecast.
This report is sponsored by Taco Bell. Taco Bell's new Cravings Value Menu is a big deal, or rather, it's 10 big deals. From new items like the loaded nachos to familiar favorites like the spicy potato soft taco. Check it out at a participating Taco Bell today. Available for a limited time only while supplies last.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, and other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now at 800-374-2103. Tax Relief Helpers will provide you with the maximum protection afforded by law.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I didn't know what to do. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Call 800-374-2103 right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, and other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now. Call 800-374-2103. 800-374-2103. 800-374-2103.
Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust, like Whirlpool, Samsung, and LG, in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of our everyday financing offers on top items, from refrigerators to laundry pairs. And there's more. Get your new appliances delivered or installed quickly at your convenience. Because Lowe's knows appliances, Lowe's knows home improvement. Subject to credit approval.
This is Carolina basketball.
2-on-1. Baycott finishes the transition hammer. RJ Davis, he's going to try a quick three. Yes, from the right sideline.
On the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Ends up to Baycott, and he gets the run out. Two-handed flush. Carolina, it's Davis. He's fouled, and give him it.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is ESPN Asheville.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Fast-moving Clipper front down from Canada coming to Asheville tonight. Some higher elevation light snows and a sprinkle or two at the valley floor tonight. We're in the mid-30s here downtown Asheville, but the higher elevations below freezing tonight. Morning clouds Wednesday, afternoon sunshine, high 41 degrees. 50s and 60s come back into the forecast for early February for Thursday and Friday here. 60 degrees Friday. I'm meteorologist Scott Lauriamore. That's the latest Weather Channel forecast.
Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to expresspros.com to find the location near you. That's expresspros.com.
This report is sponsored by Renewal by Andersen of the Carolinas.
Renewal by Andersen's here.
Kickstart the new year with this incredible deal. Buy one window or door and get the second for 40% off. Act now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home consultation with my team at freewindowassessment.com. That's freewindowassessment.com.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment at home. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Earth for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Hear that? That's the sound of new digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Now you can play right from your phone and win real cash prizes. It may all sound new, but winning, oh yeah, big money, is as thrilling as ever. Register to play digital instants for a whole new way to win. Must be 18 to play. See prize and odds charts at nclottery.com/digital-instants for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Renewal by Andersen's here.
Are your windows foggy, drafty, or cracked? Do you spend more and more each year to keep your house warm in the winter? Then it's time to call the team at Renewal by Andersen of the Carolinas. We have helped over 18,000 homeowners lower their energy bills and bring out their home's true beauty with custom-built replacement windows. Take advantage of our New Year offer and buy one window or door, get the second for 40% off. Schedule your free, no-obligation in-home consultation today at freewindowassessment.com. Go to freewindowassessment.com to schedule today.
This is Cam Jordan, All-Pro defensive end with the New Orleans Saints. I'm known for my work on the field, but I also do work on the mic as host of the Off the Edge with Cam Jordan podcast. Whether it's great football combos with all pros like the Eagles' Darius Slay, the Steelers' Cam Hayward, or the Raiders' Max Crosby, or it's fire music takes. The Off the Edge with Cam Jordan podcast is your ultimate playbook for all things football and not football. Get new episodes every Wednesday through the playoffs and Super Bowl 58. Listen on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the NCHSAA, are the 198,000 high school sports students in North Carolina. And so we stand. We stand for the runners, soccer, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, administrators, and officials. We stand for the swimmers, football players, and wrestlers. We stand for the golfers, softball, and volleyball players. We stand as the national leader and advocate for high school athletics and all who participate in them and make them possible. Because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
From the Ingalls Studios, this is ESPN Asheville, WPEK, W225CJ Fairview, WMXF Waynesville, and iHeart Radio Station.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, money. That's money. Enter it now.
Log on now to ESPNAVL.com.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Fast-moving Clipper front down from Canada coming to Asheville tonight. Some higher elevation light snows and a sprinkle or two at the valley floor tonight. We're in the mid-30s here downtown Asheville, but the higher elevations below freezing tonight. Morning clouds Wednesday, afternoon sunshine, high 41 degrees. 50s and 60s come back into the forecast for early February for Thursday and Friday here. 60 degrees Friday. I'm meteorologist Scott Lauriamore. That's the latest Weather Channel forecast.
This is your time saver traffic on the new ESPN Asheville.
Lane delays in Haywood County, 40 westbound between US 276 and Fines Creek Road. On the Captain Jeff Bowen Bridge, traffic volume is busy and moving well. Smoky Park Highway, no backups. Patton Avenue, free of any delays. New Leicester Highway, moving well. Hendersonville Road northbound, approaching Howard Gap Road, traffic is slow. In Mills River, NC 191 north and southbound near Old Fanning Bridge Road, traffic is slow. I'm Lyndon Fuel with your Time Saver Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of their everyday financing offers. Lowe's knows home improvement, subject to credit approval.
Renewal by Anderson's here.
Kickstart the new year with this incredible deal. Buy one window or door and get the second for 40% off. Act now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home consultation with my team at freewindowsassessment.com. That's freewindowsassessment.com.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Barkley.
Ha! First pick. Sorry, kids. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast.
I am so looking forward to that game.
NFL Total Access.
That's another mini storyline to watch.
NFL Now.
This could be the dangerous team.
And many more. The free iHeartRadio app and the NFL, getting you the insight and behind-the-scenes stories you need for the big game. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
There'll be plenty of mindless tedium waiting for you once you get to work.
Making it even more important to exercise your brain on the drive in.
First News on 570 with Mark Starling.
Mornings on News Radio 570 WWNC.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Fast-moving Clipper front down from Canada coming to Asheville tonight. Some higher elevation light snows and a sprinkle or two at the valley floor tonight. We're in the mid-30s here downtown Asheville, but the higher elevations below freezing tonight. Morning clouds Wednesday, afternoon sunshine, high 41 degrees. 50s and 60s come back into the forecast for early February for Thursday and Friday here. 60 degrees Friday. I'm meteorologist Scott Laria-Moore. That's the latest Weather Channel forecast.
This is your time saver traffic on the new ESPN Asheville.
Lane delays 240 westbound between Charlotte Street and Exit 3. 26 eastbound, light delays in the Naples area east of Hendersonville Road. 40 westbound, light delays between the 26-240 split and Smoky Park Highway. In Swannanoa, a vehicle fire has the shoulder closed, Old U.S. Highway 70 near Grovemont Avenue. Checking the drive time from West Asheville to Biltmore Village via 240 eastbound and US 25 southbound. Drive time 13 minutes. I'm Lyndon Field with your Time Saver Traffic.
This report is sponsored by
Bojangles. It's always bow time.
It's bow time. Hurry into Bojangles for 2 scratch-made sizzling sausage biscuits for just $4. 1 bite and you'll want breakfast for dinner. Good thing we serve savory sausage biscuits all day. But this 2-for-4 deal won't last forever. It's bow time.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable seafood. By choosing sustainable seafood, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Hear that? That's the sound of new digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Now you can play right from your phone and win real cash prizes. It may all sound new, but winning, oh yeah, big money, is as thrilling as ever. Register to play digital instants for a whole new way to win. Must be 18 to play. See prize and odds charts at nclottery.com/digital-instance for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org.
Get ready for the big game with a free iHeartRadio app, the official partner of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring the biggest names in the game like Ross Tucker and his daily NFL podcast, NFL Now, and many more. Search NFL and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of their everyday financing offers. Lowe's knows home improvement, subject to credit approval.
We depend on our drinking water supply daily, but where does that water come from? Your water provider encourages you to get to know your local water source so together we can protect and preserve it. The investments we make as a community to protect our water source now ensure we have a sustainable drinking water supply for the future. Visit drinktap.org to learn more. This message is brought to you by the American Water Works Association and your local water provider.
When it comes to morning essentials, he's right behind a snug-fitting lid on your travel mug.
First news on 570 with Mark Starling. The latest news, up-to-the-minute forecasts, and traffic updates.
Mornings on News Radio 570 WWNC.
From the Ingalls Studios, this is ESPN Asheville, WPEK, W225CJ Fairview, WMXF Waynesville, and iHeart Radio Station.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, GRAND. That's GRAND. Enter it now.
Log on now to ESPNAVL.com.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Fast-moving Clipper front down from Canada coming to Asheville tonight. Some higher elevation light snows and a sprinkle or two at the valley floor tonight. We're in the mid-30s here downtown Asheville, but the higher elevations below freezing tonight. Morning clouds Wednesday, afternoon sunshine, high 41 degrees. 50s and 60s come back into the forecast for early February for Thursday and Friday here. 60 degrees Friday. I'm meteorologist Scott Laria-Moore. That's the latest Weather Channel forecast.
This is your time saver traffic on the new ESPN Asheville.
No accidents or stalls in the roadways. Interstates are moving problem-free. On the Captain Jeff Bowen Bridge, volume is busy but moving well. Smoky Park Highway, no backups. Patton Avenue, clear of any incidents. New Leicester Highway, moving well. Merriman Avenue, no problems, and Biltmore Avenue, incident-free. Hendersonville Road, no delays. Sweeten Creek Road, no backups. Checking the drive time from Swannanoa to Asheville via 40 westbound and 240 westbound. Drive time 15 minutes. I'm Linden Fuel with your Time Saver Traffic.
This report is sponsored by eBay Motors. eBay Motors is here for the ride with the parts you need for the prices you want. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, it's guaranteed to fit your ride the first time, every time, or your money back. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Hear that? That's the sound of new digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Now you can play right from your phone and win real cash prizes. It may all sound new, but winning, oh yeah, big money, is as thrilling as ever. Register to play digital instants for a whole new way to win. Must be 18 to play. See prize and odds charts at nclottery.com/digital-instants for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
The NFL playoffs are here, and there's no better way to stay up to date on the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansis, and my buds, Mark Sessler and Greg Rosenthal, for news and fresh content all playoffs long. We've been doing this together for over 10 years, and the playoffs always offer up something we've never seen before. We'll preview and recap every game as we make our way through the playoffs and to Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of their everyday financing offers. Lowe's knows home improvement, subject to credit approval.
Are you ready to waddle your way to wellness? Join the flock on Sunday, February the 18th for the 32nd Annual Frostbite Races presented by Hunter Subaru at the Leela Patterson Center in Fletcher. Flurry the Penguin will be cheering you on with high fives and plenty of penguin fun. Choose from a challenging 10K, a scenic 5K, or a fun-filled 1-mile run for the entire family. Finisher medals for all participants and locally made pottery awards as well. Not into running? We've got you covered with the Family Fun Day and Wellness Expo. For more information, visit idaf.net, idaph.net. Proudly sponsored by iHeartMedia, Asheville.
This is your Exergen Temporal Scanner weather forecast on ESPN Asheville.
Fast-moving Clipper front down from Canada coming to Asheville tonight. Some higher elevation light snows and a sprinkle or two at the valley floor tonight. We're in the mid-30s here downtown Asheville, but the higher elevations below freezing tonight. Morning clouds Wednesday, afternoon sunshine, high 41 degrees. 50s and 60s come back into the forecast for early February for Thursday and Friday here. 60 degrees Friday. I'm meteorologist Scott Lauriamore. That's the latest Weather Channel forecast.
This is your time saver traffic on the new ESPN Asheville.
Traffic slow 240 westbound between Charlotte Street and Exit 3. Future 26 eastbound slowing between Broadway Street and 240. Patton Avenue southbound approaching New Leicester Highway. Traffic is slow. Hendersonville Road southbound slow near the Blue Ridge Parkway, continuing to Overlook Road. Sweeten Creek Road southbound slow between the Ballantree area and Mills Gap Road. Near Avery Creek, Bavard Road northbound approaching Long Shoals Road is slow. I'm Lyndon Fuel with your Time Saver Traffic.
This report is sponsored by eBay Motors. eBay Motors is here for the ride with the parts you need for the prices you want. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, it's guaranteed to fit your ride the first time, every time, or your money back. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Reduce your impact on the environment this fall by packing a waste-free lunch for school or work. Avoid foods with excessive packaging. Use reusable cutlery, napkins, cups, bags, and containers, and recycle or compost any waste when possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
People who suffer from arthritis are getting real pain relief with exciting biologic therapies at QC Kinetics.
The success rate is there, and there's no better way to treat yourself when it comes to dealing with pain.
Meet Tyler Vale, co-founder of QC Kinetics, who says they can't cure arthritis, but they can treat the pain.
If you think of the tide coming in and out on the beach and what it does, it erodes the sand, right? Can't stop the tide, but eventually when the sand or the beach gets bad enough, we backfill that beach with sand so that we get generations of enjoyment with that beach again. And the same thing happens with your knee or your shoulder or your hip or your back. We want to backfill the problems that have happened to this point. I'm not stopping the tide, so I'm not stopping the arthritis, but I want to get generations of enjoyment out of those joints again.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation. Learn more about how restorative biologic therapies can get you real and lasting joint pain relief. Call QC Kinetics, 826-333-9517. That's 828-333-9517. QC Kinetics. 828-333-9517.
This report is sponsored by
Bojangles. It's always bow time.
It's bow time. Hurry into Bojangles for 2 scratch-made sizzling sausage biscuits for just $4. 1 bite and you'll want breakfast for dinner. Good thing we serve savory sausage biscuits all day. But this 2-for-4 deal won't last forever. It's bow time.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Dear Vet Techs, thank you for a great experience and for your support of the military and veterans.
Thank you so much, Vet Techs. Our family has gone through a lot the last few years, and this gave us a nice break.
Every empty seat at a concert, game, or a special event is a missed opportunity to say thank you to a veteran. Give your extra tickets to Vet Techs. Give something to those who gave. For more information on how you can make a difference, go to vettix.org.
Your car needs washing, the right fender got dinged in a parking lot, and the radio won't change stations anymore.
But hey, at least you had it tuned to First News on 570 with Mark Starling.
Mornings on News Radio 570 WWNC.
From the Ingalls Studios, this is ESPN Asheville, WPEK, W225CJ Fairview, WMXF Waynesville, and iHeart radio station.
People who suffer from arthritis are getting real pain relief with exciting biologic therapies at QC Kinetics.
The success rate is there, and there's no better way to treat yourself when it comes to dealing with pain.
Meet Tyler Vale, co-founder of QC Kinetics, who says they can't cure arthritis, but they can treat the pain.
If you think of the tide coming in and out on the beach and what it does, it erodes the sand, right? Can't stop the tide, but eventually when the sand or the beach gets bad enough, we backfill that beach with sand so that we get generations of enjoyment with that beach again. And the same thing happens happens with your knee or your shoulder or your hip or your back. We want to backfill the problems that have happened to this point. I'm not stopping the tide, so I'm not stopping the arthritis, but I want to get generations of enjoyment out of those joints again.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation. Learn more about how restorative biologic therapies can get you real and lasting joint pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 826-333-9517. That's 828-333-9517. QC Kinetics, 828-333-9517.
Hear that? That's the sound of new digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Now you can play right from your phone and win real cash prizes. It may all sound new, but winning, oh yeah, big money, is as thrilling as ever. Register to play digital instants for a whole new way to win. Must be 18 to play. See prize and odds charts at nclottery.com/digital-instants for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Gear up for adventure at Epic Cycles, your family-owned bike shop with a passion for pedal-powered fun. Kick off 2024 with these amazing deals. All Rocky Mountain Instinct A10 mountain bikes, normally $28.99, now $15.99. All remaining Cervelo road bikes, 10% above cost, and 20% off all Uno bikes. Find them online at epiccyclesnc.com or drop by one of the locations in Asheville, Black Mountain, and Hendersonville. Your epic ride starts at Epic Cycles.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like Big Game Tailgate Party and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Tailgate, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Gear up for adventure at Epic Cycles, your family-owned bike shop with a passion for pedal-powered fun. Kick off 2024 with these amazing deals. All Rocky Mountain Instinct A10 mountain bikes, normally $28.99, now $15.99. All remaining Cervelo road bikes, 10% above cost, and 20% off all Uno bikes. Find them online at epiccyclesnc.com or drop by one of the locations in Asheville, Black Mountain, and Hendersonville. Your epic ride starts at Epic Cycles.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like Big Game Tailgate Party and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Tailgate, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
People who suffer from arthritis are getting real pain relief with exciting biologic therapies at QC Kinetics.
The success rate is there, and there's no better way to treat yourself when it comes to dealing with pain.
Meet Tyler Vale, co-founder of QC Kinetics, who says they can't cure arthritis, but they can treat the pain.
If you think of the tide coming in and out on the beach and what it does, it erodes the sand, right? Can't stop the tide, but eventually when the sand or the beach gets bad enough, when we backfill that beach with sand so that we get generations of enjoyment with that beach again. And the same thing happens happens with your knee or your shoulder or your hip or your back. We want to backfill the problems that have happened to this point. I'm not stopping the tide, so I'm not stopping the arthritis, but I want to get generations of enjoyment out of those joints again.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation. Learn more about how restorative biologic therapies can get you real and lasting joint pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 826-333-9517. That's 828-333-9517. QC Kinetics, 828-333-9517.
Hear that? That's the sound of new digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Now you can play right from your phone and win real cash prizes. It may all sound new, but winning, oh yeah, big money, is as thrilling as ever. Register to play digital instants for a whole new way to win. Must be 18 to play. See prize and odds charts at nclottery.com/digital-instants for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Gear up for adventure at Epic Cycles, your family-owned bike shop with a passion for pedal-powered fun. Kick off 2024 with these amazing deals. All Rocky Mountain Instinct A10 mountain bikes, normally $28.99, now $15.99. All remaining Cervelo road bikes, 10% above cost, and 20% off all Uno bikes. Find them online at EpicCyclesNC.com or drop by one of the locations in Asheville, Black Mountain, and Hendersonville. Your epic ride starts at Epic Cycles.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like Big Game Tailgate Party and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Tailgate, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
People who suffer from arthritis are getting real pain relief with exciting biologic therapies at QC Kinetics.
The success rate is there, and there's no better way to treat yourself when it comes to dealing with pain.
Meet Tyler Vale, co-founder of QC Kinetics, who says they can't cure arthritis, but they can treat the pain.
If you think of the tide coming in and out on the beach and what it does, it erodes the sand, right? Can't stop the tide, but eventually when the sand or the beach gets bad enough, we backfill that beach with sand so that we get generations of enjoyment with that beach again. And the same thing happens with your knee or your shoulder or your hip or your back. We want to backfill the problems that have happened to this point. I'm not stopping the tide, so I'm not stopping the arthritis, but I want to get generations of enjoyment out of those joints again.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation. Learn more about how restorative biologic therapies can get you real and lasting joint pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 826-333-9517. That's 828-333-9517. QC Kinetics, 828-333-9517.
Hear that? That's the sound of new digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Now you can play right from your phone and win real cash prizes. It may all sound new, but winning, oh yeah, big money, is as thrilling as ever. Register to play digital instants for a whole new way to win. Must be 18 to play. See prize and odds charts at nclottery.com/digital-instants for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Renewal by Anderson's here.
If you're living with bad windows and doors, you don't have to suffer through the long, cold winter with them. Hi, I'm Colin Sullivan with Renewal by Anderson. My team of experts will walk you through our custom replacement window process with ease. Kickstart the new year with this incredible deal. Buy one window or door and get the second for 40% off. Act now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home consultation with my team at freewindowassessment.com. Go to freewindowassessment.com today. That's freewindowassessment.com.
Win $1,000 in inflation compensation.
I just won $1,000.
And kick your new year into high gear.
What? No way!
every day. That's great.
Happening now.
Brought to you by PSG. PSG Traffic Services exists to save lives by providing safe work zones and to provide all your traffic needs. PSG is hiring team members. Excellent pay and benefits. Call 910-821-1720 or visit psgtrafficservices.com.
Beer City's best sports talk. Just earlier.
What time is it?
Your lunchtime dose of dumbassery.
Time to nut up or shut up.
And some sports. The Sportsocracy. Weekdays noon to 3 on ESPN Asheville.
I'm starting the new year by making my home feel like new with the advanced cleaning of Zero Raz. Take advantage of their New Year's sale. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $119. And when you mention ESPN Asheville, you'll get a hallway clean for free. Schedule online at ZeroRazAsheville.com.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Gear up for adventure at Epic Cycles, your family-owned bike shop with a passion for pedal-powered fun. Kick off 2024 with these amazing deals. All Rocky Mountain Instinct A10 mountain bikes, normally $28.99, now $15.99. All remaining Cervelo road bikes, 10% above cost, and 20% off all Uno bikes. Find them online at EpicCyclesNC.com or drop by one of the locations in Asheville, Black Mountain, and Hendersonville. Your epic ride starts at Epic Cycles.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
I'm starting the new year by making my home feel like new with the advanced cleaning of Zero Raz. Take advantage of their New Year's sale. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $119. And when you mention ESPN Asheville, you'll get a hallway clean for free. Schedule online at ZeroRazAsheville.com.
Welcome to the Ingalls Table, a delicious destination with recipes galore. The experts from the Ingalls Table take you through it step by step with expert tips and advice along the way. Just visit Ingalls-Markets.com. Ingalls, low prices, love the savings.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Renewal by Anderson's here.
If you're living with bad windows and doors, you don't have to suffer through the long, cold winter with them. Hi, I'm Colin Sullivan with Renewal by Anderson. My team of experts will walk you through our custom replacement window process with ease. Kickstart the new year with this incredible deal. Buy 1 window or door and get the second for 40% off. Act now to schedule your free, no-obligation in-home consultation with my team at freewindowassessment.com. Go to freewindowassessment.com today. That's freewindowassessment.com.
Win $1,000 in inflation compensation.
I just won $1,000.
And kick your new year into high gear.
What? No way. Thank you. I play every day. That's great.
Happening now.
Brought to you by PSG. PSG Traffic Services exists to save lives by providing safe work zones and to provide all your traffic needs. PSG is hiring team members. Excellent pay and benefits. Call 910-821-1720 or visit psgtrafficservices.com.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
You're all set with your Medicare prescriptions, Mrs. Brown.
This is not just low-cost copays at Walgreens.
I can actually help you set up 90-day refills if you want.
This is having a partner you can trust. Get low-cost copays, 90-day refills, and delivery from your neighborhood Walgreens. This is being independent. Together. Walgreens.
Restrictions apply. For details, see walgreens.com/pharmacy.
My daughter is normally a little goofball. But after a bad night's sleep, she's too tired to be anything. That's why I trust Pure Z's Kids. Pure Z's Kids is mindfully formulated just for kids. Their non-habit forming, drug-free products help my daughter fall asleep naturally, giving her the rest to be her best.
I'm a dinosaur.
Her best dinosaur.
Pure Z's Kids, for ages 4 and up when needed. Explore our products at ZQuil.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Renewal by Anderson's here.
If you're living with bad windows and doors, you don't have to suffer through the long, cold winter with them. Hi, I'm Colin Sullivan with Renewal by Anderson. My team of experts will walk you through our custom replacement window process with ease. Kickstart the new year with this incredible deal. Buy one window or door and get the second for 40% off. Act now to schedule your free, no-obligation, in-home consultation with my team at freewindowassessment.com. Go to freewindowassessment.com today. That's freewindowassessment.com.
Win $1,000 in inflation compensation.
I just won $1,000.
And kick your new year into high gear.
What? No way. Thank you. I try every day. That's great.
Happening now.
Woo!
Brought to you by PSG. PSG Traffic Services exists to save lives by providing safe work zones and to provide all your traffic needs. PSG is hiring team members. Excellent pay and benefits. Call 910-821-1720 or visit psgtrafficservices.com.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Gear up for adventure at Epic Cycles, your family-owned bike shop with a passion for pedal-powered fun. Kick off 2024 with these amazing deals. All Rocky Mountain Instinct A10 mountain bikes, normally $28.99, now $15.99. All remaining Cervelo road bikes, 10% above cost, and 20% off all Uno bikes. Find them online at epiccyclesnc.com or drop by one of the locations in Asheville, Black Mountain, and Hendersonville. Your epic ride starts at Epic Cycles.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Clear your to-do lists at Publix. With Publix Pharmacy, you can get meds, flu shots, and groceries all in one trip. Visit Publix.com/pharmacy to transfer prescriptions and more. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Get ready for the big game with the free iHeartRadio app. Pre-game with perfectly tailored playlists like Big Game Tailgate Party and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Tailgate, and listen now. Make the big game great with iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
I'm starting the new year by making my home feel like new with the advanced cleaning of Zero Res. Take advantage of their New Year's sale. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $119. And when you mention ESPN Asheville, you'll get a hallway clean for free. Schedule online at ZeroResAsheville.com.
Welcome to the Ingalls Table, a delicious destination with recipes galore. The experts from the Ingalls Table take you through it step by step with expert tips and advice along the way. Just visit Ingalls-Markets.com. Ingalls, low prices, love the savings.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Gear up for adventure at Epic Cycles, your family-owned bike shop with a passion for pedal-powered fun. Kick off 2024 with these amazing deals. All Rocky Mountain Instinct A10 mountain bikes, normally $28.99, now $15.99. All remaining Cervelo road bikes, 10% above cost, and 20% off all Uno bikes. Find them online at epiccyclesnc.com or drop by one of the locations in Asheville, Black Mountain, and Hendersonville. Your epic ride starts at Epic Cycles.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Just because they finish earlier now doesn't mean you won't be satisfied. Beer City's best sports talk, brought to you by Ingles Markets. Low prices, love the savings. The Sportsocracy, now noon to 3 on ESPN Asheville.
I'm starting the new year by making my home feel like new with the advanced cleaning of Zero Res. Take advantage of their New Year's sale. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $119. And when you mention ESPN Asheville, you'll get a hallway clean for free. Schedule online at ZeroResAsheville.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows that Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
I'm starting the new year by making my home feel like new with the advanced cleaning of Zero Res. Take advantage of their New Year's sale. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $119. And when you mention ESPN Asheville, you'll get a hallway clean for free. Schedule online at ZeroResAsheville.com.
Welcome to the Ingles Table, a delicious destination with recipes galore. The experts from the Ingles Table take you through it step by step with expert tips and advice along the way. Just visit ingles-markets.com. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
To my newborn baby boy, the day you arrived was one of the happiest days of my life. Right up there with the day I bought my RV from that guy on the internet and insured it with Progressive. What a deal. Just know, son, I'll always be here for you. And by here, I mean in the middle of absolutely nowhere. In my RV.
Protect your baby with an RV policy from Progressive. Take as little as 4 minutes to see what you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Progressive asks, what do an escaped leopard,
We're live from the zoo where a leopard has escaped.
a growling stomach, an uneaten tuna sandwich, and a backdoor doggy door have in common? They can lead to an unexpected kitchen renovation.
Yeah, hi. Is this the zoo? Your leopard is in my kitchen.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive for great savings and round-the-clock protection.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, Affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Is your phone plan messing with your savings plan? Don't get stuck paying for things you don't want. With Verizon, you only pay for what you need. And for a limited time, when you bring your own phones to a Verizon store, you'll get an amazing price on your plan. Plus, you'll save on things you actually love, like the Netflix and Max with Ads bundle. And it's on our award-winning 5G network. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today for an incredible deal. A better plan to save is Verizon. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Welcome into this edition of CEOs You Should Know. I'm Mark Starling, and today we're talking with Jeff Furlan, CEO and owner of Hummingbird Insurance in Asheville. Jeff, what kind of charitable organizations does Hummingbird focus their efforts towards?
Well, we tend to focus our charity or our help on other organizations that focus on health or wellness in some way. Specifically, over the past few years, there are some food banks and also medical societies that we really like. And personally, I tend to like Bounty and Soul Food Bank that has very healthy, wholesome, a lot of farm fresh food locally. And then there's also Project Access, which provides medical consultations and possibly surgery to people that do not have the income and do not have coverage.
Thanks, Jeff. You've been listening to CEOs You Should Know, a short conversation with business leaders around Western North Carolina. To hear more of this conversation, just head to the audio archive of this station's website.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
From the Ingalls Studios, this is ESPN Asheville, WPEK, W225CJ Fairview, WMXF Waynesville, and iHeart radio station.
Addiction can be isolating, but there is strength in numbers. Together, we can bring out the best in those who are in need of recovery while removing stigma. The Phoenix has built a nationwide community in support of people living a sober lifestyle. In partnership with 1 Million Strong, we're uniting the music industry, fans, and artists to take action to transform the way people think about addiction and recovery. Are you affected by addiction, or do you know someone who is? Visit 1millionstrong.com to connect with the Phoenix community and find the support you need.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
I'm starting the new year by making my home feel like new with the advanced cleaning of Zero Raz. Take advantage of their New Year's sale. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $119. And when you mention ESPN Asheville, you'll get a hallway clean for free. Schedule online at ZeroResAsheville.com.
Welcome to the Ingalls Table, a delicious destination with recipes galore. The experts from the Ingalls Table take you through it step by step with expert tips and advice along the way. Just visit Ingalls-Markets.com. Ingalls, low prices, love the savings.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.
Renewal by Anderson's here.
If you're living with bad windows and doors, you don't have to suffer through the long, cold winter with them. Hi, I'm Colin Sullivan with Renewal by Anderson. My team of experts will walk you through our custom replacement window process with ease. Kickstart the new year with this incredible deal. Buy one window or door and get the second for 40% off. Act now to schedule your free, no-obligation, in-home consultation with my team at freewindowassessment.com. Go to freewindowassessment.com today. That's freewindowassessment.com.
Win $1,000 in inflation compensation.
I just won $1,000.
And kick your new year into high gear.
What? No way. Thank you. I try every day. That's great.
Happening now.
Woo! Brought to you by PSG. PSG Traffic Services exists to save lives by providing safe work zones and to provide all your traffic needs. PSG is hiring team members. Excellent pay and benefits. Call 910-821-1720 or visit psgtrafficservices.com.
Asheville's home for the Tar Heels is the new ESPN Asheville.